We'll go ahead and call to order this meeting of the Ridgecrest City Council. This is our annual budget workshop. Roll call.
Mayor Bruin,
Here.
Mr. Blades,
Present.
Mr. Rajaratnam,
Present.
Mr. Heyman,
Present.
Mr. Gorman,
Present.
5 present, we have a quorum.
Okay, if I can ask everyone to please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Captain Napier.
Ready, begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And Councilman Rajaratnam.
Please join me in prayer if you would. Lord, thank you for giving us this day. Lord, thank you for this great nation which you have given to us. Lord, as we observed Memorial Day this past week, Lord, give us the mind to be thankful to you for the sacrifice which these people have made to make this country a great nation so that we can get freedom to other countries, Lord. Lord, be with us as City Council as we discuss budget for the upcoming year, Lord. Guide us and give us your direction. Whatever decisions we make, let those be beneficial to this community and for the growth of this community, Lord. Bless each one of us here. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Okay, we will begin tonight with public comment. If there's any public comment on items not on the agenda, persons wishing to address the council on matters that are within the council's jurisdiction and do not already appear on the agenda may do so at this time. Council will not respond to any public comments, but may provide direction to staff to collect information pursuant to the Brown Act. The City Council may not act on an item that does not appear on the agenda. Speakers are limited to 5 minutes. The public comment section of the agenda is limited to a total of 1 hour, and each speaker is asked to provide his or her name. We'll go ahead with public comment from the floor, and I believe Mr. Wicknick.
Good evening, Council. First thing I want to talk about real quickly is, and sort of budget plays into this as well. So a couple years ago, we lose the jail over here. $250,000 a year we were paying for that, and then they took it away. And of course, I've been assured by Mr. Strand that we're no longer paying that $250K per year, which, seeing as how it's budget time, that's a good idea. Then they threatened to pull fire service until we pay, and we agreed to pay. So now they're talking about the courts, the East Kern Court, and have 3 different alternatives that's floating around out there through a letter. One of them says basically to close it down. And of course, I have to question if they do that, and we pay for our own fire service, and we have to now pay to transport all our prisoners because we don't have the sheriff's service anymore. Are we part of Kern County or aren't we? What do we get for our tax dollars if they keep shutting this stuff down? Oh, don't forget when you walk in over at the Kern County building, one of their famous things is if you want this service, call 1-800-Bakersfield. So in other words, a lot of times there's nobody there even to talk to about something. And this has been going on for years. They've been cutting back. And we're one of the largest cities in Kern County. We're the furthest from any of the services, and they still see it's deemed fit to keep attacking us and reducing the services. I think that's wrong. I hope the city is doing something about it. I think they are. I read Mr. Strand was taking some action on it. I hope the council follows along. And I hope Mr. Peters is not supporting this idea. I haven't heard anything from him, and maybe there's something out there, but I just haven't heard anything. But it's ridiculous. Next, I would like to just ask a real process question. As we go through the budget this evening, are we going to have public comment after each of the department heads give a briefing, or is it going to be at the end, or are we going to be able to comment throughout the budget process? How's it going to work, just process-wise?
Over to you, Mr. Mayor, you, Ron?
I would recommend that after each department presentation that we open it up for public comment. It just allows us to not have to go back 2 or 3 departments for a question, but I'd leave that to the council.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. On the agenda, we have it set for at the very end. I'm perfectly happy with having a reasonable dialogue with the community in terms of each of the individual department budgets as they come up. If there's a request for feedback, so I'll call for it. I don't have the phone number listed on here, so we don't have, we're not doing phone-in public comment because I don't have it scheduled for the phone-in for today. We are making changes to allow the phone-in number to show all the time on the background. I apologize, we don't have that set for today. I'll call for public comment on the phones at the end and see if there's anybody there to make sure there's an opportunity.
Okay, I agree with that answer. Thank you, sir.
Is there any other public comment from the floor?
Mr. Mayor,
Huh?
I apologize. We need to approve the agenda. We skipped right by that.
Oh, did I?
Yes, sir.
It wasn't on my notes.
Well, then that's my error.
I apologize.
It's quite all right.
It wasn't on my directed notes. I apologize. I already took public comment. I do have to go back and approve the agenda. If I can have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Well, before, do we need to make a change or?
it's okay.
No, it would be fine.
Okay. So moved.
Motion and second, roll call?
Mayor Bruin,
Aye.
Mr. Blades.
Aye.
Mr. Rajaratnam.
Aye.
Mr. Heyman.
Aye.
Mr. Gorman.
Aye.
5 ayes, motion carries. Thank
I
you,
do
sir.
apologize for that. On the red one, it wasn't there, so.
My apologies.
I also was going to do something slightly unorthodox. There's not a point for council comments on this issue, but a council member may address the council in public comment by Brown Act rules. I'm going to go ahead and stand as a member of the public and address the council for one moment on this court issue, since it is not agendized for council comments. And I would be under the same clock, Rika?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that the public has an opportunity. I'm not going to have an opportunity in council comments because this agendized workshop was placed on the agenda prior to the notification that we received Thursday at 5 p.m. of the informational meetings that are occurring tomorrow in Bakersfield and then again on Friday here in Ridgecrest. And I want to go ahead and make sure that I highlight a few important points for the community so that they can hear. Hopefully they're listening and participating. First off, Mr. Wicknick, your comments were not falling on deaf ears. Unfortunately, this is the state of California that's doing this one to us instead of Kern County in this case. But it was certainly the Kern County presiding judge, Colleen Humphreys, who put forward the idea of closing the Ridgecrest courts without our direction and without our input. We reached out to her in October of 2021, made a strong case and was given assurances that communication would be given to the city if there was any change in plans. And 60 days later, we were told, 90 days later, a letter was submitted without any notice to any parties, and this process began. We've been working on this for about 3 weeks. This isn't something that just showed up yesterday, but the calling of the meeting by Judge Bradshaw occurred late Thursday on a 4-day weekend, and obviously we are now organizing on Tuesday and Wednesday for those meetings tomorrow. I will be present in Bakersfield tomorrow. I will be present here at Ridgecrest on Friday. I encourage members of the community to get involved. We believe that none of the alternatives that are presented by Judge Bradshaw are acceptable and that the only acceptable direction is to return to the original course, which was to rebuild the Ridgecrest and Mojave courts. We have been actively working with Sheriff Youngblood, and especially following the passage of Measure K to restore our jail. This certainly sets that further back. And this is an opportunity for the citizens of Ridgecrest to stand up and really advocate hard for protecting public safety and our right to a judicial system inside of our community. This all happened very quick, and if you know politics, fast politics means that there's loose decisioning going on. That's a simple fact. And that power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. I don't know why Ridgecrest has continuously been placed on the back burner, but as a public citizen, I want to make sure that I've been very clear. We are not going to lay down on this one. So with that, I just want to make sure that there were at least comments from the council. Thank you, sir, for your bringing up your questions. I do appreciate them. Okay. You can't tell I'm a little grumpy about that one.
You yield your time back?
I yield my time. I yield my time to my favorite topic, budget. Okay, now we get to the fun stuff of the day. Is there any other public comment from the floor? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and begin our budget overview. Ms. Shree, Ron, take us away.
All right, thank you. Welcome to the fiscal year '24 budget workshop, council.
It's good to be here.
It's the best time of the year.
So to start off, we just want to thank the community for giving us all the feedback that you've given us over the last few years. We just recently did a survey, and we're proud to announce that over 60% of the respondents were satisfied with the job that we're doing to provide city services. They also identified service priorities, which include keeping public areas healthy, clean, and safe, and also attracting and retaining local businesses and jobs. So we just want to thank everybody for participating in those surveys and let everybody know that we plan on continuing those conversations and that engagement throughout the years. And we do use that feedback that you give us in our budget planning. So to kind of go over a little bit more of the priorities specifically, streets and roads. We've been working really hard to repair our streets and roads, and we know that this is the top priority. It has been, and it will continue to be. And our residents have said that they would like us to escalate our work on our street sweeping and repairing our roads. And we know that it's fiscally responsible to do so that they don't deteriorate and become more costly to fix in the future. Also, local businesses and property values. We know that the property values are important to our community, and streets, roads, parks, and recreation centers help our property values and also our quality of life. And a vibrant economy is vital to the health of our cities, and the programs that retain and attract and help expand businesses are important to creating jobs and maintaining a vibrant local economy. So for 2023, our top community priorities are maintaining 911 emergency response times, continuing to fix potholes on neighborhood streets, keeping public areas healthy, safe, and clean, and attracting and retaining local businesses and jobs. So again, we just want to thank everybody for responding to our surveys and letting us know what you think. We are addressing your priorities. We are responding to them, and it really helps us know what to budget for, and we really look forward to continuing to do that throughout the years. So for tonight, what we're going to do is we're going to look at the general fund as a whole, and then we're going to look at Measure V and Measure P separately, and then our staffing. And then each department is going to do their individual presentations. So we're going to start off with economic development, and then finance. Then we'll do Parks and Rec, IT, police, and then public works. So let's get into it. All right, so general fund, in 2023, the amended budget, we budgeted $25.4 million for revenue and $24.4 for expenditures, with a little over $1 million for revenue over expenditures. We're estimating that at year end, we'll see about 23.6 for revenue, 2.5 of that being budgeted reserves, and then 23.6 being expenditures, with an even revenue over expenditures. For fiscal year '24, what we're proposing is $20.9 million in revenue and $20.6 million in expenditures, with $280,000 revenue over expenditures and no budgeted reserves this year. So our financial sources, if you guys have been following along in the budget year after year, you see this chart. It doesn't look very much different year after year, but Measure V, 31% of our general fund budget. sales tax 20%, property tax 14%, TOT 8%, everything else is 5% and under. Our financial uses by department, police services is 36%. Our interfund transfers is 21%. Parks and Recreation, 13%. Finance, IT, and HR, 9%. And then everything else is just a little bit. Our expenditures by type, our personnel is our biggest expense at 47%. Other financing uses, which is our interfund transfers, that's 21%. Services, 18%. Materials, 4%. Capital, 5%. ISF, 4%. And then debt services, 1%. For our Measure V budget, we are budgeting $6,466,000 for revenue. The police department is budgeting $3.1 million in expenses. Public Works General Fund is budgeting $260,000. The Streets Department in Fund 102 is budgeting $1.4 million. And for capital projects in Fund 118, we're budgeting about $1.7 million for a total of almost $5 million. And then you can see over on the right-hand side, the fiscal year 22 carryover, we had almost $7.2 million. But then in fiscal year 23, we had about close to $6.7 million that we're estimating for revenue. And we're using about $4.9 million in reserves. And then we had $11.5 million in expenditures. So we're only going to have $2.3 million at the end of fiscal year 23. We don't plan on using any of those reserves in fiscal year 24, but we do have plans for those. Travis does have a lot of plans for all of our Measure V funds, not to put you on the spot, but the positions funded by Measure V, we have 18 positions in the police department, 0.8 in the Public Works department, and 8.54 in the Streets Department for a total of 27.34 positions. Now we move on to Measure P. You guys have seen these priorities every time we talk about Measure P. So for the fire protection services, we budgeted for the fire services contract under Measure P. We did reinstate 4 police officer positions. For the rebuilding and maintaining of the Ridgecrest Community Pool, or Penny Pool, we are starting the contract for that, for the design. For the recruitment and retention of city service providers, we have brought back some key positions that we lost previously, as well as brought in some new positions that were much needed. And then for public outreach, we have budgeted for events like the Night on Balsam event and also the fireworks show, doing a donation to that. So our staffing review, we have 151 positions budgeted, which is 139.18 FTE, or full-time equivalent. The salaries and benefits total is $14.56 million. Of that, it is $10.8 million for wages, $795,000 for taxes, a little over $2 million for benefits, and $836,000 for workers' comp. Here's our position budgeting by fund. The general fund holds most of our positions. It holds 67%, and that's 94 positions. Measure P has 9 positions. The gas tax fund is 10.6, RMRA 1.68. The illegal dumping fund has 1 position, transit 8.64, wastewater 12.53, self-insurance 0.45, and fleet maintenance 1. Our new positions are all the positions that are funded by Measure P. These have all been approved. We already did that when you did the budget adjustment once Measure P was adopted, but I did want to include them because if you compare last year's budget to this year's budget, they are added. So it is something new, and also I wanted to show just what we are adding because of Measure P and how important Measure P really is. Our budgeted promotions, we just have 1 in Parks and Recreation, Administrative Analyst 1 to Administrative Analyst 2 for an increase of $9,653. Salary schedule adjustments. So we adjusted multiple positions, and you can find those in Exhibit F in your budget book. And we adjusted those based on the total compensation study that was done back in 2019. So after these adjustments are done, all positions will have had at least a 10% increase and will be in an acceptable compensation range based on that study. We know that that study is a few years old now, so we're planning on doing another one in fiscal year '25. And at that time, we'll reevaluate our schedules, and we should be able to hopefully do an adjustment as needed, and maybe just do a COLA at that point. It shouldn't be a crazy adjustment like we've had to do over the last few years because it won't be an 8-year wait.
Gotcha.
So our future challenges, the rising cost of maintaining and upgrading our infrastructure, increasing demands for services. As I mentioned before, it's fiscally responsible to maintain our streets, roads, and potholes so they don't deteriorate and become costlier to fix in the future. City streets, roads, parks, and recreation centers are important to maintaining our quality of life. And we must continue to strive to achieve fiscal sustainability with local control without burdening our property owners. So that is all I have for mine. If you have any questions, otherwise we'll just move on to economic development.
I'm new here. So your page that had nothing but a big pie chart, I guess the first one, made me wonder, what are interfund transfers? That was a big piece of the pie.
So interfund transfers are when we take money from one pot and we put it into another pot. So we take it from the general fund and we put it into another fund. So an example of that would be Measure V. So we hold Measure V funds in the general fund. But a lot of expenses of Measure V are done in the streets fund because we pave roads with our Measure V funds. So what we have to do is we have to do an interfund transfer from the general fund to the streets fund to pay for that road.
Okay. My friend, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions from council? Any questions from the public?
Just one question. So your department is in charge of all the surveys that we're getting, either by Facebook or email, we're offering you to get in, or phone surveys. Is that all done through your department then?
Under admin.
No, actually, that's done by my staff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, I have 3 analysts that work out of my office. They do a variety of functions between economic development, solid waste services, but they also, a main component is community outreach, social media posts, as well as now we're focusing a little bit on community events. So we do these surveys, we do them a variety of ways. Sometimes we'll do them on Facebook, where we ask people to provide input. We don't really know where they're from. They provide input, we take a look at it. Most of the time, we'll also ask for written comments, which to me are the most valuable because we do get a lot of really good information about how the public feels about certain things. And then we digest that information and then we use it to better serve our community. We also do more detailed surveys like we have with Measure V, Measure P. They're normally statistically important, relevant, because they're done by a professional firm. They're done for specific purposes to find out exactly what areas of service are more important than others, like how do people feel about we're doing repairing our roads. Now, we did see in the last survey a interesting switch, actually people wanting their local roads in front of their house fixed a little bit more than their arterials, and we assume that's the case because we've gotten to majority of arterial roads, and we're on our way to now hit a lot of the local roads. So what we're seeing is actually what we believe is true, but the survey is actually bearing that out.
Okay, thank you for that. Because she was talking about the survey and stuff like that.
Well,
That's why I thought.
it is out of my office, but Shri is part of the team.
Okay,
She
that's
is-
fine.
she's directly involved, because I have other key staff members that are involved in that, because it is important. So we do include Shri as part of that, my analysts, and we do it as a group. So we talk about this all the time about how we can check the pulse of the community, how are we doing our services, and the feedback we get, we do shuffle around the departments and we try to address.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
So the phone survey thing comes out of your area, and you hire somebody to do the phone survey stuff?
Sometimes, but we do a lot of surveys in-house within our own analyst group.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other public comment? Okay, we'll go ahead and move with our department presentations. Finance was first off,
I got the first
or
one.
community and economic development, okay.
Yeah, I'll take this one.
Okay.
The ongoing economic development activities, obviously, we still have the ongoing $4 billion rebuild of China Lake. It's on track. We normally have monthly phone calls with the Navy, and they give us a basic update of where they're at. Right now, they're all on track, and they're looking at completion sometime in 2025. And as you can see behind Taco Bell on China Lake Boulevard, Town Place Suites is underway, under construction. Oasis at China Lake, where we currently have Chipotle and Starbucks, they're looking at building a Habit Burger and a Jersey Mike's. They also have a yogurt shop, I think it's Twin Peaks? Frosty Peaks, there we go. It's not the movie. Frosty Peaks. There you go. Well, maybe, there you go. So they're looking at opening here in the near future. We have Wendy's, that's still pending. They're looking at going into the Arby's building, they're gonna do a whole rebuild. Ross Dress for Less and Five Below, they're pending. They're looking at going into the Big Lots building. We're looking at them tentatively opening in July of '24. Then, of course, we're still working on Panera to help them with the site selection. They're still really interested in coming to Ridgecrest. Race is still in progress. I believe we have about 3 months, 2-3 months before they're completed, before their build-out's done. Myself, Matt Freeze, and Travis met with them to discuss the city fiber optics within our parks and our streetlights and City Hall. We met with them. That should happen sometime next year. One of the main things we're also looking at is putting fiber out to our animal shelter. That will help immensely with our ability to have cameras and run all of our stuff out there. Because right now, the more that Mary continues to expand that community, the more cameras we need, and obviously the bandwidth. And that also has a future capacity of when we do the build of the new wastewater treatment facility. We're seriously considering running fiber from that point out to the wastewater facility, because we have all that SCADA equipment, all the monitoring equipment that we really need to have very reliable internet access to for that equipment. Frontier is also ongoing. Travis, do you know when they're planning on being finished?
Frontier is in fact with products and getting, materials? I don't know why I can't say that word. But they're looking at completing all their restoration for now, holding off until they can get some material, and then firing back up towards middle of July.
Okay, so they're looking at completing middle of July, and I think they're doing only a 60% build out of the city, while Race is doing 100% build out.
Complete? No.
Not completing, ramping back up to complete their build-out. They've got about 60 more permits they still have to work on. I would say they'll be building for another year.
Okay, I stand corrected. They're going to get back to work in July and be in progress for another year. So we're also looking at, we're still working on the annexation. That's still in work in progress. We're also working with the consultant to repurpose the Kmart building. We do have potentially some interested franchises that may go in there, but the reality is that we're probably looking at 2 years out on that, not unless something new comes up. Then our consultant associates, obviously we have HDL. They primarily help us with setting up meetings with the franchises and helping us identify in our area what businesses may be missing and the ones that we might be able to recruit. We're also looking at expanding our scope with them to maybe include their help in helping recruit local businesses, small businesses, because there's going to be a time where we're going to saturate the market on fast casual. And I think our next area that we really need to work on that I don't think we've ever really given a significant effort to is our small businesses. And one of the reasons why we're focusing in part on Balsam Street on some of these events like the Night on Balsam. It's multi-purpose. One, we want to bring raise the quality of life, give some entertainment to our community, especially the young engineers who are working on the base. But we also think in the long run, having as many people as we have at those events gets people downtown, gets people to understand and learn which businesses are down there, so we can continue to try and help that area recover. I think we still have 6 to 7 empty buildings down there. So I think we're going to be looking at working with HDL on how we can develop a program that can help identify what businesses may be able to thrive down there and find a way of helping recruit them. We're still going to continue attending the ICSC, the retail conference. That's primarily the HDL's job is to help us at those 2 events we had 2 every year. As you know, a lot of those contacts we have are long-term. We've been meeting with Burlington Clothers for 4 years now. And so they're really used to us coming and meeting with them every year. And so I think we're trying to wear them down a little bit, trying to get them to shrink their store footprint size down so maybe we can get them in here. But we've gotten to know the person by first name, and they actually recognize us when we walk up from where we are. So we have established that relationship. Now, whether or not it'll ever get us a Burlington here, we are giving it the old college try. So that's very valuable. And of course, we're all obviously part of the current EDC. Megan is our representative on that committee. She tries to attend all the meetings as well as sometimes the mayor as well as I do. Then we have the Ridgecrest Areas Visitors Bureau. Megan's also a board member on that. Our relationship with that group has grown considerably over the last year. Them along with the Chamber of Commerce and a few key local businesses have been really kind of the engine driving this Night on Balsam Street. And I think it's only going to get better. they're working really well as a group and coming up with good ideas to be able to find ways to improve our quality of life through entertainment. We're looking at this year bringing on Placer AI. Now that software it gives us the capability to identify what our folks in town are going to buy, like a car shop. If we run a report and we look at where people with the address, zip code of 93555 are going to buy tires, we can see where they're going. We can see generally how many times they're going there. And what that does is it gives us the ability to see what our leakage is. If we have a certain clothing store that people want to come to that's outside of our trade area, we can use that data to then approach these franchises and say, listen, we have so many people coming from Ridgecrest to your franchise in this location. Can you open up a store here? We can also use the data for, let's say, the events like the first Balsam Street event. They were actually able to run a report on that little geo zone of Balsam Street during a certain period of time on a certain date, and they told us we had like 4,200 people that were there. Now that we get no personal data, all we get is whether or not that person from our area or was in that area during that certain period of time, and where's their kind of phone from. We can't get their real shopping habits. We can't get into personal data. But it is valuable in the way of just giving us intel on, like the Petroglyph Festival. We can run a report on that and we can figure out where do people come from? Roughly how many people came from Bishop? How many people came from the Kern River Valley? And that gives us the ability do we need to market more in that area? Are we marketing and it's not working? So it just gives us a lot of intel so we can help tailor what we do in the community to provide either more services, attempt to recruit services into town, or it just gives us information, especially on, I know right now Tehachapi's using one and they're trying to court a restaurant to their community, and they were able to say how many people actually came through their town that initiated in San Francisco and were going to Death Valley, and it showed how many people came through, and they're using that data to be able to court a business to come in. So it's not the typical AI that everybody is worried about right now, like the Chat CPT. This is not that data. They've been in existence for a while before this whole AI thing kind of took off and started worrying everybody. And then we're also looking at getting our website updated, as well as we're looking for a city app to be able to provide to the public. We have a couple of vendors we're looking at that. We haven't made any choices yet, but I have budgeted to be able to be able to purchase that software, that service for the benefit of the city, and that will be run out of my group upstairs with the analysts. Planning. This year, Heather's going to be extremely busy working on the housing element. We've hired a contracting firm that will assist us through the process. However, it is still very labor intensive for Heather. She's still going to continue to update our general plan, as well as any ordinances that we feel need to be updated to get us up to current planning. And that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council?
Oh, I do have one do-over. I was going to call West up
Okay.
because they need to make they submitted a email and they want to make a pitch for additional support for the IWV TV booster folks here in town. So if you want to come up and make your request.
Yes, I'm Wes Katzenstein, treasurer for the TV booster. Talked to you folks a year ago, and you provided us with 3 nice Gates Air transmitters, which are in service, serving the community well right now. And one of the new ones is rebroadcasting the city channel to the Indian Wells Valley. We're not used to asking for this kind of support, and we hope this does not become a yearly occurrence. We do not want to be here again for a long time, if ever. Of course, if you give us any encouragement, we're always trying to build a stronger foundation for the future. So if encouraged, we might be back. But as you all know, TV Booster's been around since the 50s. When we wrote this proposal, we were broadcasting 78 TV channels. That's up, I think, to 86 now. Is that right, Ed? So we now have 86 different TV channels we're broadcasting. We still have our 8 FM stations. We've been around since the 50s. We're all volunteers. We have a remarkable capability across our group, and that's probably a tribute to the community that we're in. The request this year is, basically we've been through 2 cycles in the last 10 or 15 years where the FCC has reallocated spectrum, and we've had to buy new equipment to move to the spectrum that they pushed us into. And in those times, they gave us reimbursement grants for actual expenses, and that served us fairly well, but it's kept us busy. 5 years ago, we bought a number of transmitters through one of these FCC cycles, a number of transmitters made by a company from China called Anywave. And that appeared to be the best choice for us at that time. Some of the early ones are 25-watt units, and if we run them at 25 watts, we're pretty much meeting our FCC allocated power level to the community. And that's where we like to live. And we found, particularly in the last year, that some of these 25-watt units are not being as reliable as we would like. We're having premature failures when we run them at the power we should be running them at to serve the community. And so we've had 3 of them fail in the last year. The good news is that Ken Wetzel, who is our guru when it comes to FM and TV, he has figured out how to replace the output transistor in at least one of those units. And now we don't know if it's going to be any more reliable, probably not. But what we would like, well, our request is for a grant to buy 2 new Gates Air transmitters that'll be more powerful, and they prove to be much more reliable. That's what we had you buy us last year. That's what you kindly bought for us last year. And so we were requesting $11,700 for the purchase of 2 Gates Air transmitters that will replace these 25-watt units that are not providing reliable service. It looks like there is some hope for us keeping the 25-watters limping along, so that gives us greater depth in terms of spares. So that's our request. And really, that's probably the key points I wanted to make today.
I have a question for Wes.
Sure.
So Wes, with the new, what'd you call it, the air?
Gates Air?
Gates Air, yes.
Right.
Does that change the folks that are utilizing the TV boosters antennas and the type of antennas that they use or can use to receive it?
No, that stays the same.
Okay.
Yeah, the antennas are not changed. It's the transmitter that drives the antennas.
Gotcha.
So it allows us to really provide the power we want to provide reliably. And one other comment I wanted to make, we were discussing this on the way over here, is that if any of you folks would like to visit the facility, we could probably arrange that. It works best for us on weekends when we can go get the key ourselves and don't need an escort, but it could happen during a weekday too. So if anybody would like to come up and see what we've got, we can show you the equipment you've bought us, and we can show you quite a capability that's was developed when I was about 5 years old. That was when it started. So, so just make that offer. We could arrange that if anyone would like to do that.
Yeah, I'd like to take you up on that, Wes.
Okay.
Did you have something you were saying? I was saying, I'm going to go ahead and chime in here just real quickly. So Wes will tell you that I've had more than a few conversations with boosters, and I always tell them, don't hesitate to tell us what you need. And one of the reasons why I say that so often, not because I want to be willy-nilly with city funds, but I think that maintaining communication, and especially free television communication for our community, is a critical resource. I don't see this as, we're giving away TV free. I look at this as a critical resource for a rural community separated from urban areas, and being able to make sure that we always have that in good order is important. And I when I first took office, I sat with the booster team, and they talked about all of the things and the challenges that they have and how they've gotten their funding before. And it's just important to understand that these volunteers have basically worked out of their own pocket in many, many ways for many, many years in keeping this service available to our community, that when we've reached a position where we're capable of fiscally supporting to make sure that they have the necessary equipment to move forward, they have my full support.
Thank you. Just one comment. Today, some of us have been recycling some old antennas that we can no longer use, and so I took a load of 13 old television antennas to recycle today, and of course, I'm always talking about the TV booster. So the young man that I was dealing with, do you use it? Yeah. Well, do you want to be on our mailing list? Do you want to donate? Well, I can't afford it. I said, okay, that's why we're here. We're here for you. And so we have really no sense of how many people are out there using our capability without making donations, and for good reason. So to kind of build on your point.
Yeah, Untold, it's a vital, the service you provide is a vital resource to the community that it's hard to quantify. So I couldn't thank you more. I guess if I could ask you one thing, Wes, that would be, is this all you need? And if you go to buy more equipment in the future, I mean, are you always just looking for, I mean, having to buy something from China that maybe isn't ideal? Are you finding the hardware that you're looking for?
The Gates Air seem to be very good units. The ones we have one unit that's 25 years old we're still using. Mm-hmm. So when we hit the good stuff, we can make it run a long time. Of course, it's gotten more and more highly integrated, the circuits, and that makes it harder for guys like Ken to get in there and, operate on the brain stem or something,
Good to hear.
Right, although I think it's been purchased by a European company, but it's still basically an American company. Excuse me? Made in Italy, it's owned by an American company. Okay.
Hey, as long as you trust it, I'll take it.
So, yeah, I mean, we can always buy newer transmitters, but, as Ken and I were discussing on the way over here, there are rumblings. It's that the FCC may jerk us around again.
I have heard such rumblings as well.
So if that happens, then they'll probably give us reimbursement grants to make whatever changes they mandate that we do, and that helps us at that time to renew our equipment. So we don't want to get too deep in equipment that might prove obsolete someday, but so far this is just rumor. So we'll continue as we have. We'll fix what we can, and if you're willing and we start getting premature failures, we don't like to come to you guys, but
you provide a service that is very important to everybody in this community. I mean, we get out we try to communicate the best way we can, but you're providing the conduit, in so many separate cases. So I couldn't appreciate it more, and you have my full support, West.
Well, thank you, guys, and we really, really appreciate the support you've given us. And
Yeah, West, I got a question. Is that 11,500, is that the out-the-door cost?
I think it's 11.7. That was the quote we got. I don't think that includes taxes.
It does?
It does not include tax, but I think maybe you guys are exempt.
No, we're not, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, dang. And once again, if any of you folks would like a tour, get in touch with myself or Ed or Ken, and we'll see if we should be able to make it happen. The Navy hasn't ever put any restrictions on us not to do that, so I think you guys would certainly justify showing you what we do.
I would like to make a recommendation to council to increase IT's budget by $13,000 for this assistance, if council's okay with that.
I agree with that.
I agree.
Okay, I agree. Thank you, West.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Please continue the great work you do for our community. We appreciate it.
And that should go towards one of Matt's little extra amounts that we know.
Matt
he's
might
gonna
have been,
get.
that might have been Matt's whole treat for tonight.
So I put it in Matt's budget. I figured we just get that over
I
with
know
right
that,
now.
that Cherie's got it, I mean, it's the Frise's, battle of who's getting the best deal in the day, so.
Well, 2 quick comments. We also broadcast Tom Wicknick station,
Of course.
and he's been a supporter for a long time. And the other comment I wanted to make is that when we're up there, fighting with the electrons, we really have kind of a warm feeling that the support you guys have given us, because we know that you're behind us, and that's a big deal to us. So,
I have a
thank you.
question. I have a question, Wes, but I didn't want to keep digging into it because I could probably talk to you all day. But what is the power situation to keep your station going?
Well, we had some problems, as you may have heard, when there was an outage at Laurel Mountain. And 2 things. We have basically, some of the folks that retired from the Navy recently have found us short circuits, short ways to contact the people we need to contact to give it more priority to get the power back. But we don't own the power, and if Laurel Mountain's out, we have a problem. And that causes a problem for a lot of people in town who are missing the TV and FM radio. So anything to add to that, Ken or Ed, do you think? Pretty much.
Understood.
So it's a problem. It hit us pretty hard, and during the storms, I think it was. And we have some closer conduit to get right to the power company to get it fixed.
Understood. Thanks. Wes.
So.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I believe that completes the Economic Development Admin Department. Is there any public comment additional on that department?
First, I would like to say that I appreciate everything the Boosters is doing for my investment in the community. I got well over 6 figures invested in this. If I didn't have the Boosters to rebroadcast my station, I would have to put up an antenna, and that antenna would be easily a $250,000 to try and put up an antenna to broadcast my TV, and they saved me that expense. Question about, real quickly, the budgetary, about the annexation thing you mentioned. Could we get, how much are we investing in as a contractor, and just a quick overview of what it is?
It's an amount that I normally budget during the year. We are looking to try and swap some land we have in Sand Canyon for some BLM land at the intersection at 395 and China Lake. And so we've been working on it a few years with Congressman McCarthy's office, and we're hoping every year we can move this forward, and that funding is there for that purpose. So obviously, if that land exchange occurs, it has to come to the council. It'll be something we'll be discussing. So this is just the funding money there in case we're able to do this.
And what is that funding level we're talking about?
It's $50,000.
Okay.
Right.
And what's the general overview of the annexation? What does it look like?
Well, right now, we're looking to try and swap some land, and it has to be done through a congressional act.
action.
It has to be done through a bill. And so we're working with McCarthy's office to try and make that happen. So we do have to have the funding to be able to do surveys of the land, as well as appraisals, as well as eventually some, we'll have to go through LAFCO. And so there's going to be some cost to that if that should occur. And so that money is there in case we're able to get that land swap, and then that will trigger all those other activities to move forward. So right now, we're pretty much at a standstill. We're hoping we'll be able to work on it during the next budget cycle and go from there.
Okay, and since I was a LAFCO representative for the city, the last one that I know of, how does it, most annexations have to be contiguous to the borders of the city? Is that still in effect?
Correct. We do have a path to get there.
And that path is?
Over the mountains.
I'm sorry?
Over the mountains. We have a piece of land that is a little bit west and north of the college, and we can attach to that and work our way over the parcels over the mountain to 395 and China Lake.
Okay.
So we'd be annexing, hypothetically, BLM land within the city and then we would get to the piece of land that we would own. We do currently already have BLM land within our city limits, so that's not uncommon.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that information. And then finally, my final comment is about the Placer AI. And are you ever going to have this as an agenda item? Because I really don't want to take up your budget time to start going into that Placer AI thing unless you're never going to talk about it as a council for whether we're going to do it or not. Because, I mean, I have some real concerns about it, but.
So we had a discussion, we've probably had a discussion about Placer, or Placer, I think is how you say it, for over a year now on the Economic Development Committee. We've just been putting it off just because we didn't think the time was right to use the software, but now we're seeing a use for it. And we have had a demo in the committee, and we've had several in-person demos at ICSC. If we get more public that want to just see how it works, then there's no reason why we can't have it again at the Economic Development Committee meeting.
How much money are we spending on it?
Well, I think currently nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it projected to be nothing? Or-
No, it's
or no?
projected, I think the cost of the annual access is about $19,000 a year.
Okay.
And we've been holding off until we were able to get staffing in place to be able to utilize the software. We're not the only community. There are several communities within California that successfully use this software to be able to help their communities, recruit businesses and be able to get data that we need to be able to, help run the city.
Okay. Again, so is there going to be future discussion about this? Should we take time now to talk about it or later?
I don't mind. I'm not going to speak for the whole council. In that last council meeting when I brought it up and I was giving everybody a brief on us talking about it, I just said, hey, I've talked with the city, I've talked to everybody about it, and I just kicked it back to the staff. But if you ever want to talk about it, I'm open to it, to talk at length.
All right. My only comment the major comment that I would like to make, and I'll take your time to do it, and that is, if you're that naive to think that they're not getting more information than what they're telling you they're getting, then you're pretty naive. If you go on your phone and you log into something and they track it, how quickly do I get a message back? Hello, Mr. Wicknick, how can we help you? And I didn't give them my name. Okay, when they're scraping data, there's different levels that they provide, and then the data they provide to you will be what you ask for. There's more data than they are actually exposing. And I'm not just saying just Placer AI. I'm talking about all these firms that are receiving data and tracking us in everything that we're doing. They've got more information, and they are gathering more information, including personal information about it, about us, okay? And this is where, again, if you think that they don't have our personal information when we leave Balsam Street and go somewhere, they have our personal information. They might not be showing it to you. They might not be telling you about it, but they've got it. Because, again, like I said, there's just about nothing you can do. Look at Google. As soon as you slap on something on Google, they know you. They know everything you're doing. Or Bing or whatever engines you're using, it's there. And this is just another one of those services that is gathering data. And if you think, again, I hate to say it, you're being naive if you think they're not gathering the personal information that they say they're not gathering. That's all I gotta say.
So no, Tom, let me address that for a second. There's no naivete, I think, up here on this council, at least not with me. You said it actually earlier. We, the city, we don't see it. It is being collected by everybody. If you're sitting in this audience and you got your cell phone on, location services are on.
Exactly.
You are already and have provided it to multiple companies, and people are already taking it. They don't just get it off of this. They get it off they buy it from the apps that are on your phone. So when you download it and you accept it, you've already sold it. It's already done. It's a done deal. So what Placer AI does is they scrape it, but they aggregate it. You can't see it real time. So anything that we see would be able to see. It's not real time. It's actually aged out. I was talking with the Hatchby and I said, hey, could you show us, this is just a couple days ago, about a week ago, could you show us on your system what we did on Balsam, what that looked like? And he said, nope, about a month from now, I can. That way, the data gets aggregated and we can show it. But the city wouldn't be able to see real-time data. It doesn't work. It just doesn't work like that. And I can also say, God, I hate to even sound like I'm trying to speak up for the company. They just happen to be a company that offer a service that we think would be helpful for the city. But in their case, they have already been addressed by the U.S. Senate, matter of fact, by Senator Warren. She had some issues with them specifically. She wanted to understand how they were selling information and what that looked like. Their response back to her was pretty good, just saying, no, that the information is aggregated. We don't sell it to anybody. Now, as you said, are we all providing it out there? Yeah. Are people buying it? I'm positive. That's already a done deal. But your law enforcement isn't using it, and we, the city, don't see it.
Yeah.
It's just not there for us to see. We couldn't see it if we wanted to.
Yeah, and I agree with everything you said just now.
Yep.
And and I think somebody said, well, if you don't want them to track you, you gotta turn it off on your phone. Well, if you put on cookies, you're being tracked.
Yeah.
By everybody that you have cookies on, that's what it is.
You just have to get rid of the app. If that's what the issue is, you can get rid of the app, turn the services off, the location services off on your phone, and clear the cookies out of your phone.
But as soon as you put something else on there, you're back on again.
If you accept it, yeah. And not a lot of people go through and read all those.
Right.
Acceptable things.
Matter of fact, I was offered a service that, on cell phones, that I could put my business in for the Indian Wells Valley, for everybody that's coming in on 395 and 14, that as soon as they hit a certain point, I could have my business trigger their cell phones that my business is here.
Sure.
And they would give me the information where they came from, where they were, and where they wound up going, and almost even what car they were driving.
Oh, yeah.
The information's being.
It's already happening. So what you are bringing up is a good philosophical point for the U.S. government to get their hands around, and that is a valid point. The United States government does need to get their hands around as things progress, technologically, people's privacy and safety, of course. So, but to preserve this particular company to preserve privacy, have had to make sure that they're only providing an aggregated, aged out. And even then, around certain areas like hospitals and clinics and things like that, you can't even look.
Yeah.
We saw it on the GUI interface. You could see it's out. It's grayed out. You can't even look at it. So that's just probably the legal loopholes they've already had to run into already. So.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
So I have a question in regards, so
Yep.
so the city is paying for a limited amount of data
Right.
from them, from Placer, and so is Placer limited on the amount of more in-depth data that they can release? Is that what I'm hearing? Mm-hmm. So could the city request further?
I don't believe that we can even request it. And in Placer's response back to Senator Warren, they made it clear that not only do they not provide it to city governments, they specifically don't provide it to law enforcement. Again, I'm going to say this again. I hate to even sound like I'm standing up for a random corporation. They just provide a service that we thought would be helpful to economic development, and I think it will be. But it'll be just like the Buxton contract we canceled. It was the same. We had Buxton come and present to the city during a city council meeting. We accepted, we approved. Turns out they weren't providing the city the service that we hoped, so we canceled their contract. Placer's just getting the information from a different avenue. Buxton was using credit card data. Then California came out with a law saying cannot be provided. So we canceled that, and then now Placer's saying, nope, we're using data that people are already giving away. We said, okay, sure, we'll see if it's useful for the city.
Yeah, because one of my concerns is that, it's in the phones already, and, like Tom had brought up that, you could have a discussion, with a family member or about a particular topic or an item, and then next thing you know, these things are popping up on your phone. And it just seems to me like it's kind of creepy knowing that, we are being, I won't say programmed, but the public in general is being hit with, sales of, or whether it's a particular type of item or whether it's, it goes even deeper with politics and, you know, whatever it is that they feel like they want to be pumping you with.
Sure.
And even though we may be gleaning information from them that is a beneficial use, we're also supporting something that I think has its negative side of life. And
Sure.
that's part, that even though, I don't know if I don't think that I even like the idea of supporting them as a business.
Sure, that was the only thing that I was going to say that, that could be added, is if you guys on the council don't think we should support the company who's taken that aggregated data, then, that's your opinion, and I respect it, but.
But in that regard, we would have to then not use HDL.
Yeah.
We'd not, there were so many companies, if that was our belief pattern, that we would no longer use. We're not going after your search patterns on your phone. It's actually more your brick and mortar. Where are you traveling to? Where are you coming from? We're just wanting to know where people are going to buy stuff. You know, how many times are they going to go to Kohl's in Lancaster? That's the data we're looking for. We're not looking for what you're doing on your phone. That's not
Does it
it.
give economic
What it
information
does,
about?
it'll also collect data on those businesses, because it does have I believe like a sales tax component to it also on the business, so it can tell about how many sales from our area are going to that store. So really, it's more of a high level. I know that anytime AI comes into the picture, everybody gets really
Nervous.
really concerned right now. That's not where we're going after, because, you know, HDL every year or a couple times a year provides us a report on information on our sales tax leakage, and that's all based upon information that is on your credit card use and everything else. So we're not going to get anything specific on anybody. We're not really going to get your preferences of what you're searching online. That's not where we're at. It's more of just, where are you going to buy stuff? What businesses are you going to? So then we can figure out and use that information to be able to get those businesses maybe to come here for our citizens. So I know we're kind of getting in a strange place in the country on this stuff, because everything's becoming, you know, just focused on, it's AI, it's learning software. This isn't learning software. This is, they named their company, and now all of a sudden now we got this
It
AI
probably
problem.
stands for analytics information,
It's
but I'm not
analytics
going to go.
information, exactly.
Well, here's what I will say. I do want to, because what you're touching on is a philosophical point, Scott, that I agree with, and I think that it's that software has often got ahead of, I hope this doesn't come off the wrong way, the public is not always aware of every single one. Tom brought up a very good point. Like, so if, right now, if I went on my phone, Play Store, grabbed an app, and I just pressed download, I just accepted probably, who knows, 50 pages worth of giving away my privacy, of things on my phone, and I accepted it just by downloading the app. Now, if you're not somebody who's really tech savvy, and you don't know how to go in and look and see what permissions are you provided, I do routinely. But I don't know, not a lot of people probably do that. I know that if I'm in conversations, I go in and turn off my microphone, and I turn off my location services, and I do that kind of stuff on my phone because I'm weird. But I know 95% of people don't do that. So we are at a point where that's where our policymakers, where our the U.S. government needs to get their hands around this stuff. And I said it in the last council meeting, they need to address ChatGPT and AI, because they have just about every single industry is coming out saying that this is one of the biggest threats that is facing humanity currently. So yes, that needs to be addressed, and this is yes, far removed.
Yes.
It's not artificial intelligence, even though this cell phone in itself can be considered artificial intelligence. Going back to the tool itself, I understand what you're saying, Scott, and I agree. If you're saying, look, I don't even want to support that kind of thing, we're just saying it's just an extension of us looking at. It's just another way for us to look at analytical data. The interface can show you a comparison between other areas. Like if let's just say this isn't true, but let's just say we compare directly to Tehachapi, and we want to know what this area looks like. Well, it'll pop up and say, look, this business has done good in this area, and you guys could probably. It's one more way for when we're walking around ICSC, or when our staff has given other companies a call to try to recruit them or maintain businesses or grow them, to say, look, we have the data, we have the numbers, this can work, but we wouldn't have seen it unless we sat and analyzed the data. Just another way to look at data. It's the way I see it.
I'm going to chime in here, just one little thing. It's about the technology aspect. I respect beliefs of concerns about how it's going to get reined in. I think Councilman Blades is accurate, and legislatively has to, but I'm going to throw something we all were very excited about up here, which is Travis's radar, or laser, okay? His laser-guided street analyzer, okay? Which is cool, right? Laser-guided street analyzer. Goes through, tells us the depth of the cracks and how much we need and where and all that, and makes his department more efficient. He can accomplish more with less resources. We know exactly what we've got to deal with on our streets. All of that's driven by technology. Placer AI is no different than that, and when you talk about being driven by technology. This data, has existed out there since the internet was established in the early 90s. It's the matter of that now it's reached a sophistication that we are emotionally getting attached to it. The data has existed and has been used by companies for data analysis for decades. It's not like this just showed up yesterday. It's existed for a long time and maybe have taken different forms over technology generations, right? But back in the late 90s, were we not seeing the first tracking of stuff coming as the internet was used? And then we saw in the 2000s, we saw the development of having to have more security with the internet. Then by 2010s, we saw multi-factor authentication in all of our systems. Then by 2020, so technology is going to constantly evolve. But we have a choice as a council to say, we're not going to adapt and accept the technology that's going to make our staff and our services and everything better that's already existing, or we can take a kind of a moral high ground that the idea that they're collecting data is bad, but the fact of the matter is that so long as these exist, you're going to continue to have 99% of the population handing out data that's there to be used. I mean, we obviously wouldn't go to the extreme of trying to ban cell phones in town or protect information. We wouldn't go to any of those types of extremes. But the simple fact is that if we don't accept technology is advancing faster than we emotionally are prepared to accept it, then we're being naive when we talk about the differences between how technology is being used and how technology is being abused. This is using technology that's already out there, is very clearly said. There's no real-time data. There's no ability to be able to monitor somebody individually. We're only getting back data that gives us patterns of effects. It's the exact same thing as what his laser is doing when it looks at a road. It's giving us patterns of effects. It's just the type of data that gets us emotional.
So the physical, the technology is no doubt. I mean, it's useful, it has benefits in certain areas, but the thing that, like I said before, I'm concerned with is that through this, which is where they gather most of their data, or through your computer, it's not a moral concept, it's a physical manipulation of people and directing people and giving you information or hitting you, bumping you with until you possibly buy more, or
You get 6 calls from a Canadian pharmacy a day.
It's not a moral thing. I don't think you can confuse the two between something that's moral and something that's actually a physical, it has a purpose and a end result for what it is being utilized for. And so I understand that, the perfectly clear that the data is already here. This company is apparently taking and gathering this data. We're using data that is benign, but yet I think we, in the big picture of it, are still participating in something that I think should be addressed and openly looked at with caution. So
certainly raises some more questions. I know that there's some calls on the phone. We weren't going to do calls on the phone, but I mean, we're having a good discussion. I'm hopeful that it will continue that way. Caller, go ahead. Caller, go ahead.
Hello. Am I on?
You are. Caller, go ahead.
This is Mike Senot. I'd like to tell you how much information is available by these companies, including real-time location data. The Placer AI company bought essentially the entire data collection system of Life 360. which is currently used by about 50 million people in the United States primarily. This company is the leading geospatial tracking company. They say it's a Silicon Valley startup. It's an Israeli-owned company. Life 360 is an Australian-owned company. These are international companies, and they scrape incredible amounts of data from over 500 apps, which they won't tell you the names of. And a lot of people don't know that the apps that they use are submitting all kinds of data. At some point, they'll know more about how you think and your DNA as a result of these data scrapes than anything you can imagine about yourself. So you're opening up a can of worms. You know it. I don't understand why you feel the need to hard sell this, Mr. Strand and Mayor Brune and Kyle Blades. This city has existed now for since 1964. You want to talk about? I think you said technology fear, Mayor. You have no idea what you're talking about. So, and for you to try to run this in under the radar, off agenda, on the May 17th meeting was outrageous. So I'm going to leave it at that. You've received the emails, and you know where the videos are. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Lots of emails.
Okay.
But I wanted to state again, I'm open to talk to anybody who wants to actually talk. If you want to actually have a conversation about it, I'm open to do that. I probably had the most interface with going to meet with the company and doing their demos and talking with their people one-on-one. So anybody who would like to do that, I'm open for that.
And welcome it in the Economic Development Committee meeting.
If you want to come to an Economic Development Committee meeting, that'd be great.
Okay. I don't think we have anything else for that one. Okay. Sheree, you're up.
So mine's pretty short and sweet this year.
So was Ron's. Mike.
Sorry. All right, so we received the GFOA budget award. We've received that twice now. We're hoping to receive that again for this budget. We've also received the GFOA Excellence in Financial Reporting for our ACFR. We've received that since 2004. We hope to receive that again for our audit for fiscal year 23. We ended our fiscal year 22 audit with an unmodified audit opinion. We have been working with HDL to do the TOT audit and make sure that everyone is in compliance of the municipal code. And we are in the process of finalizing the transition from paper timesheets to Planet scheduling, so it will be all electronic. We are super excited to finally have that done. For fiscal year 24, our goals are pretty much the same as always. We are implementing a few new GASB standards this year. We would like to continue to provide superior customer service to both city staff and the general public and provide timely and informative financial reports. But one thing that we do want to look into is purchasing and implementing software that enables EFT payments to vendors through a third-party platform. This software would streamline the payment processes and provide vendors the ability to go to a portal to change their information. So basically the way it works right now, we do have the ability to pay through EFT but we have a form that they have to fill out, and we control everything. So we pay SCE, we pay them through EFT, but they had to fill out a form. We had to put in their bank information in our software. This way, it would just be a portal. They would go in, they would put in their bank information. We would never see it, and they would control it all. Our contractors especially have been asking a lot if we could look into doing something like that. So that is something that we did budget for this year. So here are our budget numbers. For 22 actuals, our expenditures were $427,000. Our amended budget for fiscal year '23, our expenditures were $575,000. We're looking at our projection of being $546,000, and then for fiscal year '24, our proposed budget is $742,000. The biggest increase is going to be that capital line, and that is that software for the EFT program that I mentioned as being the biggest change.
Your biggest change is personnel.
What's that?
Your biggest change is personnel.
Well, that's
That's correct.
by
But-
$350.
But it's important to know, that the reason why personnel, well, no, but more than that, because it's 100,000, 103,000. But the key is to understand that personnel is because we've corrected salary schedule problems that existed within all the departments, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
I just want to, we're going to see personnel over and over again. I just making
Yes.
sure that we've started that dialogue now, that when you see personnel changes, that is us correcting to that 2019 staff salary schedule, and that means that each department will have some increase in personnel costs.
Yeah, you're going to see it in wages, but you're also going to see it because we did increase the medical, our contribution for medical. So you're going to see it in both areas, and that's all in the personnel line.
I just had to get you on that one because Solomon was going to do it.
Oh, sure. But that's all I have.
Okay, questions for Finance Department?
Is there anything that you need?
Yeah, I was going to say, is there, it sounds like you very limited your needs, so is there anything you need?
So I know you said you were working on implementing software. Is there anything else?
No, I mean, we're actually really excited about that software. I think it's not only going to help us in the department, but I think it's really going to help our vendors as well, because like I said, it is something that they've been asking us, and I think it's really going to help the turnaround, especially for some of our smaller contractors. You know, it takes a while for the check to be mailed, for it to get to them, for them to be able to cash it. So if we can offer this EFT service for them, it will be a big help.
The other things I'd like to ask are, do you have all the software licenses that you need, and do your personnel need any additional training?
We did up our training budget a little bit this year. The reason for that is, like I mentioned, the couple of GASB pronouncements that are new this year. We're going to have some learning curves there. And then as far as additional software, we had talked previously about maybe budgeting software, but our financial system, it has a budgeting module, and so there's been talks. So our financial system is called New World, but its parent company is Tyler Technologies. And so there's been talks in the Tyler Technologies world that they're going to create software that works similar to, or in tandem, I guess, with New World, with their budgeting module to do the budget book itself. Because the budgeting software that I was wanting was to take place of using Word and Excel to build this big old book. And that's what that software would do. And it would spit out the charts and make it all pretty and do all that. So they are working on something like that, so that's a few years out. And so if that's what you're,
It is. I just want to make sure that, annually, that your people, I mean, you have a very good department. You're very efficient, proficient. We're very proud of the stuff. I brag about you guys all the time. I do. Because every year you get to say, look, we got these awards. We're doing the right thing. We're looking sharp. Sheree, I think you are partly to blame for this city's continued, like how solid we are. We're on good, solid ground, and that's something that's nice to report out to the public. So I do brag about you, you specifically. I say all the time, like,
thank you.
we got Sheree. Things are great. We don't have to worry about anything. So I just want to make sure that you and your department feel appreciated, and then if there's something that I've noticed that all department heads, except for maybe Travis, like, you're pretty humble. Like, you usually don't say, you usually don't ask for too much, and you just get by because the city of Ridgecrest has usually kept a pretty tight belt, and I appreciate that. But if you or your people, that you need trainings or need to go or do something, I hope you're asking for it.
Sure, yeah, no, I mean, I appreciate that, and we have a really great team in the finance department. I couldn't do it without them, and no, I think this year is going to be a great year. I do think that the training that we're looking at is going to be really beneficial. So I'm excited. I think it'll be a great year.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Any questions from the public?
I wasn't going to, but I gotta have a little fun. What's the difference between a distinguished budget and an undistinguished budget? Your award, I'm just asking.
That's a really good question. I don't know, in all honesty.
Balanced? Was it balanced? I mean, I would think an undistinguished would be an unbalanced budget.
Well, in all honesty, the purpose of the award is to make sure that people can follow it and it's easily understandable. So maybe an undistinguished is not easily understandable. That's the best answer I can give you.
Okay. Any other comments from the public? Okay, Sheree, thank you.
Yep.
Who's next? Oh, Narissa is up. I wouldn't expect yours to be as short as hers.
Good evening, council. So tonight we're here to go over the Parks and Recreation's proposed budget for fiscal year '24.
I like it. The number's just right up front.
That's how much I'm asking for.
I like it. Just, this is what's up. Any questions?
Yep, the slides are gonna say it all. So right here, I put the department goal. Our goal is to provide a fun, safe, exciting, and entertaining opportunities for our community by maintaining our parks, facilities, and providing popular recreation programs and events for all ages. We strive to improve our residents' quality of life by promoting social, physical, and emotional well-being. And I've added some pictures of different events and programs that we've done. You'll see a picture of the teen night dance that we did. That was our very first teen night event. Trunk or treat, the tree lighting, our spring camp, our adult flag football tournament that we held, and our movie night. Those are just some of the activities that we do. So this is a list of all the parks and recreation facilities and programs that we maintain and offer to the community. So on the administrative side, our total expenditure.
Which is a lot compared to the amount of people you have to make it all happen.
That is correct.
Yes, ma'am.
And we're still continuing to try to find more things to offer to the community. So on the administrative side, our proposed FY23 is $268,000, and that is for 2 full-time employees. on the recreation program side. So this is our day camp employees, front desk employees, spring camp covers all of our recreation programs. The total expenditures is $443,000, and the total revenue is $220,000. And that is a full-time equivalent of 5.43 employees and 2 full-time. On our parks maintenance side, we have 10 full-time maintenance employees. Our total revenue for 24 proposed is $157,000, and our total expenditures is $2 million. And this maintains all of our parks, facilities, and then the revenue comes from all of our rental facilities. So all of our sports fields, the Kerr-McGee Community Center, and the Senior Center. So budgeted 23 completed projects, replaced several missing and dead trees within the parks and around City Hall and Kerr-McGee. We replaced the portable PA system with the help of the IT department. We retrofitted the parking lots at Leroy Jackson and City Hall. We replaced the aerobics room floor, new recreation program software, and we did the kitchen remodel at City Hall upstairs. And I have pictures. So here's the guys doing some of the trees. This is the new lighting. I don't know if you all can tell at night when you leave, but it used to be pretty dark in the parking lot, and now it's very bright.
Nice.
The aerobics room floor was that nasty carpet, and it smelled horrible, and now it's nice inside there and gets plenty of use. The City Hall kitchen looks so much better. Long overdue. There's still some improvements that need to happen in there, but it's all a work in progress. And the caps, this is an ongoing FY23 budgeted project. We have signed an agreement with a local contractor to paint the caps. Unfortunately, they're so busy with some jobs on base that they're trying to tie up that they'll get to this a little bit more towards the end of the summer. So that's why I put it as an ongoing. Completed grant-funded projects is the shade structures at the Leroy Jackson Sports Complex. We're really excited to have this one done. It was a long process to get it done, but they're very nice, and I've gotten quite a bit of positive feedback from it. The FY23 completed ARPA projects were park roofs at Leroy Jackson and Upjohn Park, the banquet hall flooring, partition replacement in the KMCC banquet hall, new water tank at Leroy Jackson. I have also listed the ongoing ARPA projects that have been approved by council already. That is the tennis court repair resurface, estimated completion summer 2024. And the concession bathroom building at Leroy Jackson estimated out to bid hopefully July 2023, and the spectator shade at KMCC Sports Complex, estimated completion March 2024. Here are the roofs. You can see some of the befores and the afters. They look fantastic. My favorite is the concession building at Leroy Jackson. Here is the banquet hall. You can see the new flooring. It looks really nice as a setup for an event. You can see the hideous partitions in the background. And here are the new partitions. Good news, partitions are going to be complete on Friday, with the exception of two of the pocket door, or one set of pocket doors is 6 inches short from the ceiling, so the manufacturer's remanufacturing those, and then they'll come in and reinstall them when they're in. But this is what the partitions look like. This is the new water tank at Leroy Jackson. And ongoing ARPA funds, council approved $576,000 to repair and replace all 6 tennis courts. 3 of those tennis courts will be pickleball courts as well. And this is ongoing ARPA funding for the bathroom concession building. This is a rendition that we're working on with Wildan at the moment. So this kind of just shows you the type of building that we're gonna put. I showed this, I think, previously whenever you guys approved the project, but I just wanted to include it. This is for the Kerr-McGee Sports Complex shades. The rectangles with the red, I don't know what you would call them over them, are all of the bleachers. And those are the placements for the shade structures. So I just kind of wanted to give you guys an idea of where they're going to be. The only bleachers that we plan on relocating are the ones on the pony field. We're actually going to be moving the bleachers over behind home plate because of the fact that the original place where they're at, it's too crowded, so the structure won't fit in that area. Ongoing grant-funded projects, fencing at Leroy Jackson softball fields, that was a CDBG project that was approved in FY21. We're still waiting for all the bid documents to go out. The upper softball field spectator shade seating, the CDBG application has been submitted. Haven't heard anything yet. Waiting for that to land on me. Shaded seating area at the skate park, the application also has been submitted. And then we still are working on the Clean California grant project. That includes the walking path with lights and benches, dial-a-ride station, tennis court lighting, landscaping, drinking fountains, and information kiosk. And this is the rendition that you guys have seen. Just figured I would include it as a reminder. FY24 proposed projects: paint the KMCC banquet hall, paint the gazebo at the Leroy Jackson so that it matches the concession building, so it's all kind of uniform and looks nicer. Purchase a new maintenance truck. We have a maintenance truck that is from the 80s that is rusted, so we definitely need to start replacing some of our maintenance trucks. Huh?
Seasoned.
Yes, very seasoned. Purchase a. We would like to purchase a new dump trailer, purchase 2 90-inch TVs for rentals and events. This is on here because we often get requests for projectors or screens. And after speaking with the IT department, Matt suggested the 2 90-inch TVs that we can put on stands that can be rolled in and out of different rooms, the banquet hall, and people can rent those out when they have memorials or weddings or parties or whatever. We would like to replace our 15 of our 8-foot banquet tables. They're extremely old. Some of them are falling apart. The edges are peeling, so we've budgeted for that. Purchase a 20-foot C-van for the Leroy Jackson area. This would be to keep our gators and things like that equipment inside of it so that they're not having to take it back and forth. We would like to replace the Ballard lights around City Hall and Kerr-McGee. Those are the lights that are standing up out of the concrete that are constantly getting broken by people going through and knocking them over. A lot of them don't work as well. They're just really old, so we would like to replace those. And then we've budgeted for the infield renovation on the softball fields at Leroy Jackson. FY24 projects under consideration: new lights and poles at the Kerr-McGee Youth Sports Complex, softball field infield renovation at Leroy Jackson Sports Complex, Pearson Park restroom, new fencing with windscreens at the Kerr-McGee Sports Complex, LED light retrofit at Leroy Jackson Sports Complex on the softball and soccer fields, and new Pinto baseball field at the Kerr-McGee Sports Complex. And that is all I have. Any questions?
Oh, you're getting questions.
I'll start.
I would say, who wants to go first?
I just have a simple question on the Ballard lights. What type of replacement or style or type?
They would be LED lights, and we've looked at a couple of different lights. We haven't decided on the exact one just yet. But the ones we are looking at hopefully won't be as easy for them to like knock over and break.
That's what I was wondering, if it'd be more durable in the long run. And
That's what we're looking into, is making sure whatever we replace them with are durable.
very good.
I'll go and jump in there. Can you go back one slide? Actually, go back one more. Okay. So we'll start here at Clean California and then go one more slide. The point that I'm trying to make, go forward one, is you just added 9 projects to your fiscal year 24 project list. And if I'm not mistaken, prior to this slide, you have the most intense project list of any department at the city currently.
Well, if Travis says it, he does them all, so it's okay.
I'm making the point because what you didn't say on your fiscal year 24 proposed projects was an entire pool complex on top of the list of everything else that's on here. And I'm just making sure that I'm highlighting for public conversation and for internalizing. This list that you provided shows before the pool, $9 million of investment in our parks and recreation, that in the ballpark of the range.
Yeah.
$9 million of investment before we get to the pool and before we get to your proposed projects, which is fantastic. And then before we get to the next slide, which your fiscal year 24 considered projects is another, just go forward one. I want everyone to understand that this list of another 6 projects.
And I did realize, going through them, that one of them is duplicated, the infield.
The infill for
Leroy
Leroy
Jackson,
Jackson, yeah, you
yeah.
have it on the
So
previous
that was
one.
a duplicate.
But even so, I mean, just this project list is another
5.
5 million?
Well, not all those will be
No.
brought to council. These are
Oh,
just
no, of course
consideration.
not, of course not, of course not. There's no way we can accomplish all these. I'm just trying to give a scope to how far we're willing to drive right now to make the quality of life in our Parks and Recreation Department and our programs improved through ARPA, through Clean California, through Measure P, through all these efforts. You have your hands full. And that's what I'm just trying to make sure. I got no criticism for anything on this list because I've had a hand in probably every single one of them in some way, shape, or form in terms of either squawking or supporting. And
The
I
only
just,
thing we're missing is a pocket park.
I am, well, since you duplicated your fiscal year 24 projects, I mean, that means there's space for one more.
We can add pocket park.
We can put Eric's pocket park.
You know where a
back
good pocket park would go?
I do know where
In
a
Eric's
great
front
pocket
yard.
park will go. I know where a great pocket park would go. That's a negative Ghost Rider. But the bottom line here is all joking aside, I want to be clear for the public record and for everybody out there who's listening or paying attention to Budget Workshop. This is an incredible list of work that's going to be done. About half of it, if you even, I got to tell you, if you even knocked out half of what your fiscal year 24 project list is between now and next year's Budget Workshop, you will have done an amazing job. I know that you guys are going to do that because of timelines and goals and expectations. But I just want to compliment you. I know that this is a huge list of work. I know that other departments are helping. I know that everyone's on deck with getting these things done, and I appreciate that. I just want the public to hear, we expect to get the first wave of these projects done by the summer of '24. That's the hope. The tennis courts, some of the tennis courts, some of Clean California. Will the bathroom be done by July 24? Do we think so?
Hopefully.
We think so. I mean, this is all hopes. We're all hoping that we can deliver on this massive amount of work, but we're hoping to deliver this by the summer 24 so that we can deliver the next Golden Goose in summer 25. So I'm just making sure that I reiterate, when you look at lists of projects, I know Travis is going to come up with 120 slides of every street known in town and try to knock everyone else's, presentations out of the park. But there's an incredible amount of work here. There's an incredible amount of work that's been done, and thank you. I think that this shows the commitment to community that we've been talking about for a while. And just, one of the things that was mentioned earlier, this is not even highlighted on here, is our intention to bring Wi-Fi and additional video resources to all of our public parks as part of the race communication implementation. That's not on here. Do you have those budgeted for your ability to put?
I believe IT's handling all of that.
Okay, so I got to make sure it's in Matt's budget.
No? They're doing
Okay,
it. I'm all that.
that'll roll over. Great. I just want to make sure that that was another one of the things that as we get closer and closer, if that's something you'd be. And I'm going to reiterate one last thing to you, which is I've said before, this council remains supportive of all the incredible work you're doing. If it's getting to a point where you need help and support, please convey that to Ron. Please convey that to the council. We have your back. We have your back because we know you've got a lot on your plate.
I have a question. The difference between, so your project's under consideration as opposed to what's proposed. What do you see realistically being able to, do you think things are going to fall off the plate when it comes to your projects under consideration? As relates to the budget, I'm not asking for like manning and staffing, but as relates to the budget, is there some of that stuff that just can't happen?
So pretty much all of the projects under consideration, scared me, sorry, are ones that were on the list for ARPA. So I think it's really going to depend on the funds that we have left in ARPA and how much of those they'll be able to take care of, and then what's going to fund the rest of that.
Which brings up, so bringing up ARPA is a good point, and I'm glancing this over at the council and at the city manager. If you listen to what's being proposed by Mr. McCarthy is the clawbacks. Does that mean we need to have appropriated prior to next like the end of this fiscal year?
Well, yes, we need to have it obligated by, I believe, December of '24, which we will. We will have a project that will consume the rest of that funding. Then I think we have to have it completed by '26.
And I'm currently working on getting quotes for the lighting at the Crimmigy baseball fields. And then we already received a quote for the turf, which is something that we've talked about that's not actually on this list for the pony field.
Sure.
So we are still working on behind the scenes projects, but I also want to go into those conservatively only because we still have some projects that haven't actually gone out to bid that may increase what has been approved already, like the tennis courts and things like that.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah,
And the proposed, I've actually budgeted for.
Okay. Understood.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we currently have the ARPA money in our funds. So it's not like it's waiting, it's someplace else. We have the funding, and I would assume it'll be protected unless we do not obligate a project in accordance to the law. So we fully intend to do that. I know that Narissa's been getting the quotes, and then staff will obviously talk, and then we'll get with Quality Life Committee, and that'll eventually work its way to council on that, whatever that project may be that's next.
Sure. I just wanted to see what was going to fall off the plate if things were going to fall off the plate. That's really what I'm asking here.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get to all of these. You're probably looking at maybe one or two for this year, but I think what the intent was just to put up a series of options just to kind of tickle the council.
Sure.
Hey, what do you guys? These are the ones we're looking at. What are your priorities?
Sure, and I'm going to, at least for the next couple of years, continue to promote pretty hard the softball fields.
Right.
And that's strictly because I think that, when you look throughout the years, that those fields haven't received the same amount of attention, I think, as the baseball fields. And I think it's just a matter of attention from the public, and that's fine. I think that's a valid explanation, but that it's time for us to even that up and get that cleaned up.
I think what we're hoping for next year is the Narissa did budget to replace all the clay soil. That is in the budget. We do have staff that can survey once we, take the baseball, the pad posts out. We have Travis and his staff that can survey so we can put it back. So we're planning on doing that. They have the shade covers. We're looking at the fencing and obviously the bathroom and snack bar. So hopefully by the end of this budget cycle, we would have done a significant amount of improvement at those fields. And I think really the only thing particularly we have left would be to address the lighting situation.
And
I think it's the next.
And the upper field.
the upper field, Rika and I submitted an application with CDBG to get shade over on that field.
Awesome.
So, and that, Rika, that one's the one that just went for a public hearing for the county, right? I don't think it's gone yet. Okay, I thought that we got something that said it did, but that one is in the works.
Sure. I know.
Obviously, it'll be a few years out, but
That's the FY action plan 23-24.
yes, yes.
Yeah, I know that with those grants, there's a lot of back and forth with the county. There's a lot of work. Yep.
So I think once we get all the shade structures in, we redo the end fields, and we get that bathroom, snack bar,
And I know
and
they
the
need a-
outside field, so we can lock up the softball fields and protect our investment.
Yeah, I think they need a-
it's gonna be,
Well, they need a fence pretty bad between the two, the varsity and the.
I know they want a permanent fence. I can't recall what the reasoning was in the past, why we didn't want to do that, but it might be something that we revisit, because primarily those fields are being, I think it had something to do with the tournaments that are held over there. If they put a permanent fence, they can't have them. For the, I think it's the all-night dart tournament that's held. I'd have to look back
I'm not
into
yeah, that's
it,
fine.
but there was a reason why we stuck with the temporary fencing. I just don't recall what that was at this time. But I definitely think that if we continue to do the things that we're planning on, it addresses a lot of those issues of neglect over there.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just going to chime in that the one on my list is still the Pearson Park bathroom.
It's up there.
I know it is. I know that's going to be a big investment. It's going to take a lot. I would love to see the day that we don't have the porta potty sitting at one of our parks facilities. I think that's a sign of just an improvement in the community, period, so. Any other council comments? Okay, any public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move forward. Thank you, Narissa. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Narissa.
Thanks for a great summary. Who is next on our calendar? Oh, it's my favorite person.
I was gonna say, it's a conversation between the mayor and Matt. I'm gonna go use the restroom.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, except for Kyle, because he's leaving. Here, so I'm here to present the technology budget for fiscal year 2024. Here's a little bit of a technology infrastructure overview. Each of these numbers is up from last year, and that's kind of due to more staff coming on with with the initiatives and extra money that that we've had to get into different projects and get those done. So you'll see it here. The network devices are up big because the Wi-Fi rollout. Security devices are up quite a bit too. We've replaced a lot of cameras. We still have some more to go. Technology services overview. This really hasn't changed since last year. This is kind of the meat and potatoes of what we do. There's a lot more to it. And really over this last year, it's been a lot of projecting. So this has been, it's been a fun year for us. This slide is our FY 2023 goals. And in previous years, I haven't put the goals sheet from the previous year, but this year I figured it would be important because looking at this, you have, 7 bullet points. And as I sat in this seat last year, I had an employee, a brand new employee at 9 months. It was the two of us. We have an employee that's just coming in the week after this budget meeting happened. So I'm thinking, okay, it's going to be a training. It's going to be a big training year. There's not going to be a lot that we can get done. And I will say it's a testament to my guys. They knocked it out of the park this year. They are absolute go-getters, and a lot of the things that I'm going to show you that we've done is due to these guys and their work ethic. So really proud of my guys on this one. Here's the major accomplishments. So we went from goals to accomplishments, and this isn't even close to all of the things that we've done. These are some of the bigger things that we've done. Parks and Rec, as Narissa was saying, the server room UPS, and that was one of the big projects going into that fiscal year of getting our power systems fortified. And so that's one big thing. And SCE has been really testing us on that, and we're waiting on a couple more 220 units to come in there too. Creation of pocket data centers. The list goes on. One thing that I will point out here is the City Hall low voltage rewire. And that's all of our network communications within City Hall. That doesn't include the police department, doesn't include Parks and Recreation yet. But you look at all of these false ceilings throughout the city. You know, me and my guys were up on those things running cable all year long. And so to put it into context, we ran cable from City Hall to Desert Valleys, all the way in these ceilings, and back, and then some. So that's the distance of all of this cable that was replaced. And the cable came.
Cat 6 cable?
Yeah, yes. And so the cable that we replaced was original to the building, the late 80s, early 90s. And so pulling that out, along with pulling some of the twin acts out, phone lines out, my guys were having a field day with it. It was fun from a technology standpoint of being able to jump in and modernize the city. And that was one thing with our goals here, is that wasn't even on the radar. That was one thing that I was looking into the future for, and it's been a kind of a dream of mine since I've worked here to get that replaced. I talked to people in the first couple of years of working here about doing that. So that's really exciting for us. You'll see quite a few of the other accomplishments. Here's kind of a picture and a day in the life of IT of some of these projects that that we completed. You can see some of the pocket data centers. Those are the ones that we put up. There's fiber runs to each one of those. So we're going to have smaller pocket data centers that are on battery backup, on emergency power, that are going to be servicing the users. So we have shorter runs. We can easily service a new employee or a new spot rather than having to make those runs almost 300 feet up to a server room. So that's really good for us mobility wise. Here's another one. There's us on the lift whenever we're doing the Wi-Fi runs over in Parks and Rec. So some of the new infrastructure that are coming in. The relic of the diet slice can, which is fun because you'll see another picture a little bit later. We came across 3 relics of the 80s whenever they built the building, and that's one of them. That's cool. All the boxes in Parks and Rec, that's for our rollout coming in. It's probably going to be in July when everybody gets the big VDI rollout. The server infrastructure gets lit up. Another one, the Wi-Fi. A lot of that gray cable sits in those buckets back there. That's all that gray cable that we ripped out of that ceiling. And so that's one thing that we said whenever we started. Like let's throw that in trash cans. Let's bring it all down there. Let's take pride in saying that, hey, you know what? We worked our butt off and we did a good job with that project. So hats off to those guys. A lot of the cable here. You can kind of see that materializing. There's still work to do. We're still getting, we still have a couple more big working Fridays. It's nice for us on Fridays. What we do is it's kind of a ghost town around here. We take a lot of people, we don't have to take as many people down. It kind of allows us to function less like the 24/7 operation that we are and more like a regular business. We always have the police department. We always have emergency services that we have to offload workloads, to different servers and stuff to make sure that we stay up 24/7. But little spots of something that's not working, it's easy to take them down and do those runs. You see the 3 relics on the bottom there, the all sport little Gatorade. I remember that whenever I was a kid playing baseball.
I haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah, the Pepsi can, the diet slice. I thought that those were pretty cool. You'll see the gym there and the look down from some of the Wi-Fi that we were putting in the gym, and just getting up on those lifts. That's one thing that is not fun for me. My guys are a little bit better with this, but it terrifies me. So so just looking at that picture, it gives me a little bit of instant anxiety. Fiscal year 2024 goals, the implementation of our new spam email server or software. This project came from upgrading our email servers. So it's usually one, we think of one project and it snowballs. It's like, we need to upgrade our Exchange server. Well, that means that we're going to have to upgrade our domain controllers. Well, if we're upgrading our domain controllers and our email, why don't we look at spam? We haven't looked at that in a while. So we looked at that. We went out to vendors, had figured out if what we're doing is, is industry standard, if it's the right thing to do, if it costs a little bit more to get a better solution. So that's what that new implementation is. That software is used by, I believe it's at least 80 companies of the Fortune 100 companies. And so that's security is going to always be a priority for us. It's always a thing that you're chasing. It's never something that that you can flat say, hey, my network is unbreachable. Everybody knows that can't be the case. We've seen so many big companies, so many big cities, so many huge players in the technology world that have had breaches. But all that you can do is you can put your best foot forward. You can go with best practices, and then that's gonna shield you from a lot of the things that some of these other organizations don't take as much care with. Power system mapping. That was one of the things that we kind of took the initiative, started doing. Is a lot of the circuits around here, there's nothing labeled. So we wanted to make sure that, hey, I go throw breaker 35 on the L1 panel. I want to know where that is, right? And we didn't know where that is. So we've mapped quite a bit of that. That's still ongoing. You'll see the server VDI. That rewire is going to happen in Police Department, Parks and Rec this year, and I know that both me and the guys are excited. We're like, hey, we've already accomplished this phase of the project, so we want that next one. You'll see some of the other ones here. ID card system that will integrate with a future access control. If we decide to do more access control on doors, then we can add RFID. We could add phones. We could add whatever we want to do there. One thing I will point out is the firewall and switch infrastructure refresh, and we spoke about that last time I was up here, and so I've been doing some research into right sizing that solution for us, and that's changed a lot since we had the last discussion, due to us getting those pocket data centers up, due to the footprint of our IT infrastructure changing quite a bit. And so a lot of that has kind of taken a little bit of a back seat to make sure that we get into the right completion of that project to then be able to right size this firewall and switch infrastructure refresh. And so we're ready to kind of to narrow that one down and get that one into the works. But yeah, those are the rest of the FY24 goals. Here's an overview of the 1510 division. We're a little bit up. We have less capital projects. I don't know that we have less capital projects this year. We have less. They're not as expensive. We have a lot of internal projects that we're doing too. So this year we're gonna be busy, and I don't think my guys would be okay if we weren't busy. So.
On your 24 goals, same question.
Yeah.
How many of those do you think you're going to meet?
Let's see here.
All but one. It depends on the budget.
Yep, every single one except for that one. And really, that's one thing I know that we're that we'll have discussion on, and if it's in the budget, it's in the budget. We'll make it work next year, and if it's not, then we're gonna put our best foot forward and keep going with what we have and make it work. Budgeted projects, we have a laptop refresh for some loaner laptops for video surveillance stations. We have a lot of GPU load on our VDI right now, and previous VDI was implemented before GPUs were really a thing, which is GPU is a graphical processing unit, and it handles video, it handles that type of stuff. And so, if you don't have that in a VDI, it chokes your CPU usage, and that's really what happened and saw a lot of our stuff slow down. With the new system, we are getting dedicated GPUs to be able to give to virtual GPUs to give to each one of the VDI users, but at the same time, we're going to be offloading those video surveillance stations. That not going into it too much of our surveillance, those kiosks that people will be able to use. ID system card refresh for employee IDs, taxi, bus passes, the list goes on with what we do with those. Dispatch monitoring system, just so that dispatch is more in tune of all the technology around them, and they know when things are up, when things are down, so that they can triage the situation a little bit better than first thing to do is just call. So this is going to give them a little bit more of a insight into, okay, if this is down, this is down, this is down. These are the people that we need to talk to, rather than, hey, let's call this person, and then call this person, and then call this person, to streamline their efforts. Courtyard mains, yard camera replacements. Those cameras came in with the onside of the building whenever it was built, and so they're about ready in the life cycle to get replaced. Future IT considerations and concerns. Obviously, the firewall and networking infrastructure, as we were talking about. The Broadcom purchase of VMware. We're a pretty big VMware shop. Our hypervisors VMware, which houses all of our virtual servers. Our VDI leverages VMware as well. That's one thing that it's been pushed back a year to finalize that purchase, but the MO of Broadcom is they purchase a company, they gut the company, milk it for as much as they am, and they kind of throw it to the side. And we're keeping an eye on that. VMware is an industry standard. They're the leader in what they do. So I don't foresee that happening, or if that does happen, there's going to be a market shakeup, and somebody's going to have to fill that role in the industry. So it's just something that we're monitoring. Kyber service contract ending in summer 23. Everyone's printing less, so we're going to look to whenever this copier service contract is ending in 23 to right size those copiers, make sure that if we're not printing as much, maybe we don't need the bigger units. Maybe so that's one of the things that we're going to have a look at. I'm going to talk to all the department heads, kind of get an idea where we are. PD has made strides in working with the court and going to electronic filing over paper, and that's going to save us a ton, because paper has been a nightmare for us. It's really expensive, and with being a city with Cal Recycle, we are mandated to get recycled paper, which is exponentially more expensive than regular paper. And I've said this ever since I've started doing my budget presentations. This will always be up there: cybersecurity, incidents, network intrusion. That's one thing that I make it a point to talk to my guys of, hey, did you read the news? Or I'll ask them, hey, did you hear about this? Or give them some breadcrumbs to tell me the story of what happened. And it's kind of good, because they're jumping into it whenever I get to work, and they're like, hey, did you hear about this? And so that's kind of catching a bit, and it's so we're making sure that that we're kind of aware of what's happening, and the reasons that things are happening. Like it's such a wild space to be in right now, where attacks are coming from all different vectors, and so it's one thing that it's I mean, going back to, I shouldn't say this, but the big data, it's a lot like that. It's a lot like parsing that big data, and like you guys were talking about, to get the right data. Why are people doing these things? And so it's one thing that's always on the mind, and that that always. I always want that to be our main priority as a technology department here. And then one that I should have put up here, as we were talking earlier, is the parks, because we have talked to. We've been having discussions with city manager and Travis. We've had discussions on implementation there. Services there, a lot of we've started to do legwork. It's something that is that's on the table that we're currently discussing, and that's what I got. So if you guys have any questions, I'm all ears.
You have a few.
Yep.
We talked about during the economic development section, the development of an app. Is that all just coming out of that budget at Ron's level, or are you taking part in development of that app?
I believe that you budgeted that, is that correct?
Correct.
I believe that it'll probably be budgeted through his app next year. Usually I'll probably take the maintenance of it, yeah.
It's just easier to run it out of my budget initially, so my staff knows what their budget is, and I got a line item, and then.
I'm tracking. I just assumed if we were doing something like that, you'd have some maintenance costs there and you'd be tracking it.
Yeah.
Admin privileges, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Next kind of bleeds into Captain Dampierre's section, that's law enforcement. You were talking about cyber for a second. But do you see us, actual hardware-wise, I guess, or it could bleed into software, are we prepared for future needs of the police department? And by that, I mean storage of it. Let's just say down the road, it does become necessary to have body cams, or it does appear that we need to be storing massive amounts of data, just something to that effect, or there is new software that the police could be using. I'm bringing this up for multiple reasons. After going on a ride along and then sitting through and watching an officer write a report and looking at the software that they use, they were not complaining about it at all, but I just kept looking at the software that they're using thinking, surely there's something better. Sure, I mean, I kept thinking it because of all the software that I used during the day. I was thinking, God, there's got to be something more intuitive than what they're using. I don't know. Now, I just threw a lot at you all at once, which was like 4 or 5 topics.
No, I love fielding it. Actually, me and Captain Dampier were having the conversation about data, about storage and stuff today, and that's one thing that I want to. I told him I'll put together those packages whenever we start thinking about video. We were talking about interview rooms. We were talking about different storage of that video. I'll put together that package to say, hey, here's what it is to do it in house, so that we can look to to cloud providers. We can look to see and right size the situation from us, because if we're looking at a small amount of data, maybe a cloud provider works. Maybe if we're looking at a large amount of data, we're going to have to go archival data if we're going to go cloud. Otherwise, it's going to get real expensive. And so maybe at that time we look to go on-prem with that. And so that's one discussion that we've definitely had. As far as current, the majority of the data that we have is all in surveillance footage. We do still have data that's but the majority of our 100 terabytes of surveillance data, that's the bulk of it.
So currently, you don't feel like you're at the trigger point where you're going to need increased infrastructure to handle the PD's needs?
So it really depends on the PD needs, because if we were to increase infrastructure now, and then they don't need the body cameras for 2 to 3 years, the infrastructure that we were to buy in 2 to 3 years is going to be 2 to 3 times what we can get now.
I think the only reason that we haven't went to body cams is because it's cost prohibitive.
Yeah, no, I
think that's
yeah. So,
because so far, at least thus far, and I mean, we have some PD sitting back there, but every police officer I've talked to said they would actually like it. They would prefer to have body cams, but I think we're just at a cost point currently.
Yeah, so I mean, really, what we're prepared to, to give them what it's gonna take from our side. It's got to be case by case at some point, because something small is we can probably take on some of the data for it, but something big like body cams, that would take an investment, whether it be on-prem or whether it be cloud.
And that's going to be a big cost too. That'll be pretty big.
And then your second question was about.
I asked a lot of things all at once.
Yeah, there was
I'm
a.
sorry.
Just general cybersecurity.
Cybersecurity is a concern, but I guess I think we covered it.
Okay.
I was curious about storage, curious about we're hitting all of our cyber infrastructure needs. You have software, the software that the PD has to use to write the reports and to interface with.
Yeah.
Now, I understand that a lot of these software programs are interlaced. It's like a Daisy chain. But are they using, and are you clued into what they're using?
Yeah, so PD uses their CAD system. PD really likes their CAD system. Like, that's one thing that if you talk to a lot of the records people, you talk a lot. I've never heard any complaints about their CAD system. Is there newer, nicer, greater, more bells and whistles? Yeah, there is. But I think that it's something that our PD has become accustomed to, and it works for them. And so that's really what I've heard from the IT side of things. And so really, it's kind of, if it's not broke, don't fix it type situation. Sure. If that changes and the sediment changes there from them, then that's definitely something that we can assist with of right size, or not right sizing it, but researching it alongside them.
There's no integration we need to do between us and the state or us and the county?
We do have some integrations with them. They're very rudimentary integrations. It's more of pulling SQL tables, sending them SQL tables. That way that they can implement that in their system. But I mean, really, that's kind of
Nothing insurmountable, nothing so time consuming. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Gentlemen? Skip, anything? Guys, anything?
I was gonna whine about my little iPhone has.
I think your mic's not on.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, okay, whine into the microphone. Matt, I came and visited you guys before about this. Every so often, the inbox mail delivery of, my city app tells me to please sign into your exchange. And I try. I remember the password, and it won't accept it.
So everything I said about my guys earlier about doing a good job, I throw it out the window. No, I'm just kidding. No, any chance that you get, come up to us, we'll make sure that
Yeah,
that
you
we get it
guys
for you.
did some
Thanks for your
special magic that included a short dance around the machine. I was impressed.
Got to make it look like magic, right?
Siri, that's it.
No? Good. Okay, so it's time for Eric and Matt's party. What do you want for firewalls? How much is it going to run us?
Firewalls, the Palo Altos that we have are top notch. I really like them. They're great. We're probably going to need to upgrade to a 3200 or 3400 series, because especially with the new internet coming in, we're going to want to future-proof us to be able to get 10 gig. Currently, we can handle 1 gig right now. Those guys, they run about 20 to 25 a piece. As of right now, the way that we run our firewalls, we have a regular firewall and we have a cold spare in case that firewall was to die. We have talked about at some point running them as an HA pair. That way that they, if I'm updating one firewall, our data planes stay up. So it would be two of those. It'd be licensing two of those.
So you're talking 50,000?
Yeah, we're talking about probably 50 to 60 for those.
The switches?
Switches, we're probably talking about 200 to 225 for enterprise level switches.
Are we technologically ready for these enhancements this fiscal budget year, or based on the projects that are already queued up? Is it more advantageous to wait the year of technology?
I would say that we're going to be ready for this winter of this year, fall to winter of this year. I'd say winter is fair because the projects of VDI and our network runs of PD and parks will need to happen or take place before that.
So I know that City Manager Strand, I know you have met and talked with all the department heads, and I know that there's lots of conversations that happened before this, that there's a reason why this is not automatically in here. I'm asking what that reason is. If it's simply a budgetary, a pure budgetary decision, or if this is a scope and project decision.
I have a little bit of that too.
Okay.
There is federal money that is coming available for cybersecurity projects that some of this can fall under.
So there's a motivation to.
So September is that time frame of when that could possibly be awarded. So there definitely is that possibility of getting this funded through a federal grant.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the thought is that I'm not afraid to bring back projects to council for approval. So
At a
we'd
future
be to
date.
see, what happens with the grant aspect, because that was assigned to Matt last year. And see where we're at. If it comes up as a mid-year project, they can do it, we'll just bring it back.
I'm just worried that he's saying he was going to be ready for it in winter. And I know that it'll be real easy for us to wait till mid-year budget, which then gets us into January, February, and we're into next year where it's not as goal sensitive. And I'm just asking,
I'm comfortable if we want to budget it as a placeholder now. We obviously we're in the black a little bit. We're probably still about 270 to the good. We could budget it, and if he gets to it, then we do it. Then we don't have to come back.
see, and I'm actually not quote unquote thinking we have to budget it. Again, I have a perspective with IT that says you're investing in IT and you're gaining efficiency, reliability, and that's why I can look at them and say, oh, you ran Cat 6, perfect. You did an infrastructural rehash that now every form of technology that used to run on either RG3 or on Cat 3 or you can't, your pairs are all now completely different, and now a Cat 6 gives you complete flexibility to pair to any form of technology, which is very, very smart and wise, and the Wi-Fi, all those things were done. So, I mean, I don't want to solely be up here saying, give Matt what he wants, even though I say it every year. But more so, is this something that technologically, I like the idea of waiting for the grant, that's perfect. I would like to hear from the rest of my council whether, when or if we get the news on that grant, whether this should come back forward or whether this is something we should just wait another, the one more fiscal cycle to really tackle based on technology, supply chain, the number of projects you already have, that sort of thing. I'd just like to hear the rest from my fellow council members than just from me.
My quick off the cuff is we slow step it and wait for things to progress. The supply chain and technological advances, unless you really think that, like if you're really thinking, no, we need to pull the trigger, then I trust your judgment, Matt, but.
Really, from my standpoint, I think that it would probably be prudent I can talk and I can start getting all of the project ready to go, just so that we can pull a trigger at any time. I don't know, we don't need to have, I'm perfectly fine to wait. We're not getting into any contracts, and it's gonna take a while to build it out, so.
And then and then when you get there and you see the point, Ron can always bring it back up to
Absolutely.
council. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was our thought. I thought we'd be agile. I'm not opposed to coming mid-year and asking for a budget adjustment to address an issue. So.
And we have a good line of communication, so we have that, we have those conversations all the time.
I know
so.
you have a good line of communication with the mayor.
No, good
We all do. We're all aware.
He's talking about me.
Oh. Okay. I missed that part.
How long of a time frame would it take to complete the project?
When from order to completion of that project, supply chain on Switch is a decent lead time. You're probably 6 to 8 months.
8 months?
Yeah.
Could it fall under a final ARPA project?
It could.
And it would,
that's
and
not
you could
a
meet
bad-
that deadline? Okay.
That's not a bad point at all, that it might be able to slide in under the ARPA.
Yeah, I mean, we have sufficient general funds to handle it also.
Yeah.
So it really depends on where you want your ARPA projects to come from. I think staff's just neutral on that.
Any other comments? Matt, you're not getting your present tonight.
I already did. I got my budget increase before I even got up here. It's a pass-through though, so.
Yeah, I mean, I have, my full support is for IT, but.
You mind, Mr. Mayor, do you mind if we have a pause for a second to have like a bio break or something?
I was gonna do it after his department closed.
Okay.
I had fully intended to, my friend. Okay, thank you, Matt. It is 7:58 PM. That marks the 2.5 hour point for the budget workshop. We are going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break so everyone can stretch their legs and a biological break, and we will return here in 10 minutes. We will return from our bio break. We went about 15 minutes. Thank you for your patience. We will go ahead and resume our budget workshop with our police department. Captain Dampier.
All right, thank you, council, for having me here tonight. First off, I want to say big thanks to City Manager Ron Strand and Sheree for the help they gave me this year as well as last year during this process. Their help as well as the partnership that all of the other departments have between IT, Parks and Rec, even Travis, is great. But,
Can you pull your mic a little bit closer, please?
Sure.
People can hear you. Is it on? Thank you.
Speaking of Travis, I feel like I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage up here. I go between the favorite and then the flamboyant. So I might, I don't know exactly where I fit in yet, so.
As long as you don't have 120 slides, we'll be okay.
98.
98,
Okay.
okay.
Doable.
All right, so our budget presentation this year, which way here? Yes. All right, so our overall goal, as it is every year, is to maintain the quality of life and safety for those living and visiting within the city of Ridgecrest. Just a quick slide of our department functions. Everything's based out of patrol, which is primarily is our 911 response. Everything else comes out of that. So some of the projects we had for this current fiscal year was our armored vehicle purchase. The lead time on that thing was just outrageous. We believe it's going to be delivered in October of this year. We also purchased the ACO van. It's currently in Indiana getting outfitted. I blame Mary. At one point, she had the Mercedes-Benz symbol changed with a giant paw. So apparently the paw was a quality back-ordered item too. So, but that should be getting out here pretty quick.
That'd be cool,
though. Yeah. Our PD interview room upgrade should be installed by the end of June. Kind of goes in a little bit what Councilman Blades was talking about with our storage. And this year is going to be really important in figuring out what the PD needs for the future in terms of computer technology, media storage, and we got a couple smaller projects that will kind of give us proof of concept and find out what works for our agency and for this city that we could potentially come back later with committees or the next budget cycle.
What is this upgrade going to entail?
This is, we currently have 2 interview rooms that are video audio recorded. It'll update the ability of the recording mechanism and how it's stored and how it's preserved as evidence, and to be able to provide a digital online way to get it to the court process.
Thank you.
We've purchased the majority of the radios. DOJ mandate a few years ago put in place that any personal identifying information had to be upon an encrypted radio channel. We had a little bit of a stay on how long it took for us to get it done. It's finally just about completed, and legislation's already in there to try to reverse some of that to make, the transparency so that anything but the personal identifying information would have to be on a separate channel. So that's something that's going to, affect us in a few years. We were able to use the funds set aside for training to put 2 recruits that recently graduated the Ben Clark Training Academy in Riverside, as well as 2 recruits that are currently in Police Academy. Current staffing, we have 32 sworn officers. We still have a couple unfilled positions that are being background, and we'll talk about that in just a little bit. 24 professional staff, 1 part-time PAC coordinator, bringing our total staffing to 57. We have a great group of volunteers, 84 currently, that includes PACT, animal welfare specialists, our reserve officers, and CERT. So some of the positions that were added or returned due to Measure P were 4 officers. We currently have 2 lateral officers in background. Some of the background's actually completed, and he should be hired on next week. And another lateral officer that background is in the works. We also have 2 recruits in the academy. We have 2 dispatchers in the background process, 1 from a vacancy and then 1 from the Measure P ad. 1 additional police clerk who starts tomorrow. And then 1 kennel attendant who was waiting and was hired as quickly as Measure P allowed. It's kind of blurry up on there, but org chart that kind of tells our chain of command and the responsibilities between the 2 captains and then our field sergeants. So in 2022, we had 33,760 total incidents, which averaged 92 incidents per day. Total calls for service being 24,061, which is 66 calls per day on average. Officer initiated activity, we had just under 10,000 at 26 per day on average. We had a 1988 arrest, 5 arrests per day average, and 2 of those being drug related. And we also had 78 injury traffic accidents, which amounts to about 1 every 5 days. So the calls for service resulted in a 2% increase from the previous year. However, the officer-initiated incidents were down 20% from the previous year. But that actually directly correlates to the open positions and the less officers we had. So those remaining officers were handling more individual stuff on their own, which resulted in less time to be proactive, which results in a 19% decrease from the total arrest and a 23% in relation to drug arrest. And also in that time frame, there were several drug categories that got reduced from felony to misdemeanors. Now certain things regarding certain paraphernalia isn't necessarily a crime. So that also resulted in less drug-related arrests. Now, this gets a little interesting to explain here. Back at the end of 2021, the federal government, DOJ, changed on how we reported crimes nationally. But then California, not to be undone, took those requirements and then just added a slew of other things that really impacted the way to go from the previous years. It's not apples to apples anymore. So our new base year going forward with the current reporting requirements are from year 2022. So in 2022, we had 866 what would normally be called, there we go. All right, so 2022, we had 866 of what would have previously been called Part 1 crimes. Now they're just crimes. Part 1 doesn't exist. But because of the reporting period, I took what the first 4 months of that year was, which was 351, compared to the first 4 months that all the reporting has been completed for the current year, which showed 270. Now that directly relates to a significant reduction so far this year, with the one exception being burglary, which had a 15% increase. We contributed to the fact is, during the pandemic and remote working, there were more people at home during the day and, watching over their stuff, keeping, they know someone's going in the garage. Now that, work has got somewhat normal, it attributes a little bit to that. But total property crimes is down 40%, and total what were previously called Part 1 crimes down 23%. Traffic collisions unfortunately increased, injury 8% in 2022. We work every year with the California Office of Traffic and Safety. We get grants and do enforcements and DUI patrols and other things in an attempt to help curb some of these problems. But you guys are on the road every day. You see how people drive. And as staffing improves, that also opens up more time for us, more proactive activity to do more directed enforcement in those areas. I mean, you guys seen the base in your current road at, 7 in the morning. It's a mess. Pretty much have the same public safety challenges as we had last year. This is California. They're making it very difficult for us to do our job. Recruitment and retention was a big problem. Thanks to your support, thanks to Measure P, we were able to make some things right. And I can tell you specifically that has contributed into the hiring process of our 2 lateral officers. They had been eyeing our agency and our city for quite some time, and they were finally able to make it happen due to some of the changes that were made in this last year.
I have a quick question, Captain. So for recruitment and retention, is there anything we could do, especially during the budget process, to offer a way to assist?
Your continued support has been great. I mean, you've already discussed how, we're looking at continually reestablishing salary schedules and COLAs. That's a big part, getting us vehicles and the tools that we need to do our job. goes a long way in keeping our employees happy and recruiting employees from other areas.
Getting your jail back.
What's that?
Getting your jail back.
Yes, and that goes in our jail closure. Last year, we had 500 even transports to, outside area, either Mojave, Bakersfield. This year, it was 414. Again, looking at our reduction of 20%, those numbers are about right, but that was still 414 trips out of town where we, took people off the street, even with our community service officers doing it. It puts a lot of miles and a lot of time to do these transports.
And one transport is about 5 to 6 hours of time, correct?
Minimum 5 hours now. They're short-staffed at the central receiving facility, and if there's a line in front of you, it can take some time. If you have to end up getting an additional clear to book at the hospital there, it can take hours for a single arrest.
I mean, if we just took the Bakersfield numbers, you have, that's 1,500 officer hours that we're not actively serving the public safety of Ridgecrest.
Yes. I mean, we do have a community service officer who, does a large part of these transports, but that's still other duties that he can.
Yeah, still
be doing here in
1,500 hours,
town.
still 1,500 hours, one way or the other.
Yes. So some of our strategies we use to address crime is, we want to maintain our staffing, recruiting local prospects or qualified lateral officers, and it is improving. We work with the SIT, Street Interdiction Team, to target known criminal offenders through probation compliance checks at operations and directed enforcements. One thing to jump on what Councilman Blades was talking about with Matt was our technology advances. There are several things we're looking at, from LPRs to the flock camera system to digital evidence storage, where the general public, the officer can provide them a link. They can upload their Ring camera footage. They can upload cell phone camera footage easily. It gets stored, and it gives us better investigative tools. Unfortunately, a lot of this stuff in the evolving is subscription-based services. Gone are the days where, $20,000, you could buy a core piece of capital equipment and know it's going to be good for, 8, 10 years. Now, it's a smaller capital outlay, but then there's a never-ending subscription-based. This year, we've got a lot of smaller versions where we're trying out different things, and within the year, we should have a better idea of what this agency needs and how to, correlate with IT and getting this happen. So be looking for us to make a lot more requests, either through committees or through you guys directly in this upcoming year.
Yeah, Captain, the officers are looking at a license plate reader program. I've asked them to develop a strategy on how to implement that, what the cost would be, the benefits. So I would assume probably here in the next couple months that will be coming through a committee. If it looks good, then we'll be coming from outside the budget back to council asking for that allocation or funding if that program looks viable. There just wasn't time to be able to get it in this year's budget, but we do plan on bringing it back to council mid-year or whenever that investigative effort's completed, so we can bring that project back to committee and then council.
We've seen a huge benefit from LPRs.
Yes, and this project would involve community support from both business owners and residents into how they can assist and how they can be involved. So I'll be looking for more information of that here within the next few months. Okay, we've always been pretty active in community groups and programs, from, our Facebook page, it's approaching, it's just under 18,000 followers. We get a lot of interaction through messaging and stuff directly through that, as well as youth advisory, the collaborative groups, PACSERT, School Resource Officer, et cetera. It's our officers, our investigators, our employees work well with other agencies and with other groups within the city. And it helps us really combine resources and do directed enforcement on areas that need it. So volunteers are absolutely vital to our agency. We couldn't do the stuff we do without them. At what level? I mean, the community events from the Night on Balsam to the parades. It's very resource intensive. Last year, PACT itself volunteered over 12,000 hours. CERT had over 1,600, and our reserves had over 1,300 hours. And now the national average on volunteer hours is 28.54 an hour, bringing us to just under $500,000 in personnel that we gained from our volunteers. Huge. So kudos to the volunteers, and they are well appreciated.
Yeah, I see them at everything I go to. I went to the Safe Grad Night. There they were, checking teenagers as they're coming in and out. There's not one single community event I went to that they weren't there. It's much appreciated.
Okay, so getting to our budget for this year, primary status quo, our budget is at $7.5 million, with salaries being 82% of that, material, services, and supplies 10%, capital at 6%, and our ISF and fleet at 2%. This just shows the difference between our ISF and fleet from last year to this year. So in this budget, we several funding sources. Our Measure V, currently 18 positions at just over $3 million. It's for 9 police officers, 4 police sergeants, a captain, dispatcher, a code officer, record supervisor, and a police clerk. While Measure P provides the funds for additional 4 officers, 1 dispatcher, a police clerk, and a kennel attendant. So several capital purchases projects for this year. One of them being we need to obtain 2 more patrol vehicles as well as a prisoner transport unit. Unfortunately, with the last batch of 8, we were only able to obtain 6 out of that bunch. So we need 2 more to fully outfit the group, as well as a designated transport unit besides the prisoner transport van, especially when we got inclement weather over Tehachapi and stuff. That van's not fun to drive. So 2 of them would replace 2 patrol units, which are over 9 years old. Yes, sir?
Good perspective. I hadn't thought about that. That's great.
Yeah, any of those winter months, that's going to get dodgy.
Yeah, I just didn't consider that as a great perspective.
Yeah, and it's an El Nino year, so we're going to get a little bit more, and we saw a lot last year, but it's not done. So, so we got those two patrol units as well as a prisoner transport unit. We need an investigative mobile command post. This would be a truck that's basically outfitted like a mobile EOC emergency command center. It would have all the equipment on hand to deal with large-scale emergency events as well as crime scene management. Would have a mobile hotspot if communications went down. We are able to, use the satellite internet, aspect of it to keep, informed. Being a truck, you can get at some places our other investigative vehicles can't. And it just gives us immediately to have our investigative sergeant be able to respond to any type of incident and have pretty much all the equipment he needs to handle it without getting back to station. We're calling in additional resources. And some of these incidents, time means everything. Our current dispatch console system, the desk and storage area is several years old. I think we're going over 10 now. And it's been breaking down for years. We've been piecing it together with different motors, and we can't get the parts. The company is no longer has that type of parts for it. So it's time to get that upgraded. And at $30,000, it's not that bad of a cost for what you get. And it'd be a system similar to what you see there with all the monitors available for the dispatchers and with the height adjustment so that these guys and gals, when they're in there, they can either do it from a standing position or sitting or whatever's most comfortable for them. And it's completely versatile and designing and moving things for exactly what the agency needs. back to things getting old, several years ago, about 5 years, we went to the mobile data terminals, and we've got them in, all the officers and detectives are assigned. They're in the cars. They're equipped with AVLs, which are automatic vehicle locators. They tell where the officer is, on a call. If something goes down, the dispatch is able to look on the screen, see exactly where they're at. The officers are able to use these to obtain pictures, add evidence, all out in the field away from the primary desktop. Do in-field report completion. Fortunately, they're breaking. They're getting towards the end of their life cycle. Our backups are now going into circulation, so we need to. It's almost 4 a year from here on out to maintain the integrity of that system.
How many will this replace?
4. They're about $5,000 a piece. And right now we've got 7 unused ones that are going into circulation, so that with this, puts us at 11 new compared to the ones we have now.
And that's 7 that's going back into use, but they're 5-year-old units.
Yes, but low miles.
In computer technology, there's no such thing as low miles on technology 5 years of age. Unfortunately, it loses its ability to manage with the software over time. So, is this is that dedicated software that's on those units?
Yeah, and it all integrated with our CAD, our RIM system.
Okay, so it's a dedicated software, dedicated unit.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Matt could probably say it's not that it's processor or software intensive. It's basically we've got to make them cop proof. They got to be rugged.
Yeah.
And then the big one here is we need to get commercial washers and dryers out at that shelter. I mean, they're doing more laundry every day than I thought possible with 3 daughters. And just the size of the loads, the amount of the loads, between the time, the energy, this is gonna, in the long run, save us a lot of time and a lot of energy, and be able to devote, the shelter attendants time for dealing directly with animals and not with all the laundry. And then finally, $35,000 to round out our encrypted radios. We're at the point where we just finished getting all of the ones in from last budget cycle, but there's still a few holes, and like some of our volunteer services need some that are able to connect with our dispatch on the encrypted channel. And this allows us to make sure that everyone who needs it on large events has the ability to communicate with dispatch. All right, questions?
I got a list. Go ahead.
Question on the command
Yes.
vehicle truck. The 80,000, does that include the build out of it? 'Cause
Yes.
Okay, I anticipate that. It's still kind of a bare truck, but I was thinking that's could probably have like a utilitarian type.
Yeah, we'll have roll out, lockable, secure storage. It's
storage.
60,000 dedicated towards the purchase of the vehicle and 20,000 to
For the
outfit.
build out? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Is that a specific grant?
No.
That's straight out of
The funding source
Measure B?
is, I got it right up here.
It was 172.
Yes, 172 money.
Skip, did you have anything? Might just a curiosity question. Came up earlier. I don't know the number. What would it take to make body cams a reality? Just dollar amount. I don't know, so I'm just throwing it on the table. What would it cost?
It's not just the equipment. The
Of
equipment
course.
is relatively cheap. It's the storage, it's the manpower. It puts us in the avenue of what gets released to the public, the redaction. It's not just obtaining the hardware and videoing, it's what you do with it afterwards.
So it's fair to say it's the equipment, it's a staff person to be able to manage the
Minimum of one,
data.
if not 2.
To manage the data.
I asked the same question. I ask it every year just because I want the public to understand that we're bringing it up and we're talking about it, and it's not being ignored. And back in 2020, and the cost was I don't remember, we came up with a number, but it was X, but it was a big number.
I mean, are we talking $10 million?
Not 10 million, but I could see a million.
Well, okay.
I could see $1 million a year, easy.
$1 million a year?
Yeah. I think it was data storage and all that. Is that too much? Am I going too high?
You're probably a little high.
Because I could have swore that when I was talking with Jed, that it was a lot per year.
Yeah, it's the initial, I mean, a lot of these places want to give you the equipment because they want you buying
Oh,
the
yeah, because now
storage
you buy
and-
the software, the storage, everything else. Yeah. Here's your $1,000 piece of equipment for your $100,000 contract. Have a nice day.
I mean, if you're looking at
what's the-
two people, probably, when it's up to full steam, just to manage all that stuff. So you're looking at salary at two people.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah, I
And
mean-
So you-
I'm just
that
guessing at $300,000 a year.
Is that in-house PD, IT, or
Yeah.
IT from?
No, it'd need to
IT
be,
from-
Records clerk and
Yeah.
some type of records clerk and something else.
Let's just
And
say
then-
it's 400K
Does that
a year.
involve the IT and, or the city IT
Yeah, when
guy
you
too?
figure, when you
What's
factor
that?
in
Does it involve the
replacements,
city's
units,
IT guy, Matt? I mean, is he
Oh,
involved in
it would
that?
definitely for integration with our current process and
So you got the
systems.
increased work in that segment of it too.
Yeah, you're talking, I mean, I think that sounds about right, and 400,000 a year,
Yeah.
and, you know,
Now that I think about it, $1 million is a stupid thing to say. I shouldn't say that.
and probably, it's probably, a $500,000 implementation upfront cost in terms of getting the systems tied in and getting the, how the systems are for charging and how they are for dispatching and how they are for managing the recording, and how, probably $500,000 upfront, and I think you're 300,000 to 400,000 a year. Management's probably pretty reasonable. Depending on how much, I mean, I'm guessing that there's something also, and I don't know, is there rules about implementation of body cam that essentially it's an all or none? I'm just curious.
Well, right now, no. I mean, you need to be consistent.
Right.
I mean, you don't want to pick and choose,
But I meant the difference between having packed volunteers that have them versus.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's
officers on the street.
PD. I think it's
Yeah.
policy per police department. That's how that
department.
rolls
Okay.
out.
Just curious. These are just general, I mean, you guys have had the conversation about body cam. I haven't heard some of the questions. I wanted to throw it out there and at least hear, where do we have to get to? What do we have to get to achieve that as a community, to make that as a resource?
In some of the software and different storage and digital storage media that we're looking at during this next year will answer some of the questions of what fits for us from a processing and a storage aspect that'll help guide what type of system and what
Seems
what
fair.
type of processing. So we'll have more answers throughout the year.
On that same vein of body cams, again, the idea of the body cam is that it provides protection for both our officers, it provides protection for the city, it also provides protection for the citizen, right? It protects all in the mindset. It's 2023. How long do we have until this is gonna switch from being a optional to being a mandate? In your professional opinion, nothing more. I'm saying, do we have a year? Do we have 10 years? Is this something that we have 2 to 3 years?
I don't think it's going to be mandated. And I think as
This is
even-
the same state that just mandated that we recycle trash.
It's a little different. a little different than trash. I think that anytime you look at this technology, you always have to look at the cost benefit.
No, I know, but the state doesn't care about cost benefit.
I think if they
I'm
ma-
right on both regards. You can't disagree with me on either one. I'm asking, is there a growing sentiment that there's an expectation?
No, I think what the legislature has gone to, because the body cam it cuts both ways. And I think it cuts better towards law enforcement than it does the other side. I think they're moving towards decriminalization of everything versus mandating that technology. I would see that they're probably going to continue for a short period of time, because eventually it's going to work its way back. People want to live safe, and people are not safe. The homeless situation is not getting any better. You have a lot of trends that are now going against. When they sold AB 109, 4757, they said that it would make things better. Well, the good thing about time is that it proves everything, right? And I think we can show very clearly that those of us who were against that 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago were right in guessing where we were going to be at when it comes to crime. So I think not unless something different happens, I don't think they're going to mandate it. I think they're going to continue down the same path of trying to, like right now they're working on finding a way of giving a path for people who were sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. But what people don't really understand is that those people were normally on death row, and now we're trying to find a way of getting these serial killers, rapists, child murderers a path to freedom. And so I think they're more worried about that than the other.
So I'm going to throw another counter argument then at this, which is, I agree with you that the state of California remains cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and continues down the road of, decriminalization. Our citizens are paying 9.25% now in order to make sure that they have a quality of life and a police department and everything else that meets the expectations that they're investing in the community. How much longer before we need to make this a priority?
As long as we maintain the trust with this community that we have, I don't see we'll ever need it because we are trustworthy and we treat our citizens with.
I think that's a great answer, but I think it's something that has to be asked.
But we had a conversation earlier about invasion of privacy, about AI. There's no more of an invasion when you go into somebody's home wearing a body camera at the worst time and moment.
Yeah, I'm not, there's no part of me that's trying to sell this, but I think it's a good conversation about.
It's why every year I bring it up because I think it's about, matter of fact, I bring it up for a few reasons. First, make sure Matt's thinking about the technological just in case it does come down from the state. The other reason is to show the amount of trust that our PD has with this community. And I see that trust building and building and building. That's not just me being a cheerleader for the Ridgecrest PD. If we had issues, I'd be the first one on Ron's desk saying we have issues, but we don't. I see the relationships getting better. I went on that ride along a couple days ago, and I keep talking about it because it's worth talking about. I've watched members of the public all over the place walking up to these officers. Just first of all, the amount of things they say to you guys, I'm always surprised. They're candid. So all I'm saying is, you're right, Captain. There's not a lack of trust at this time because you police within your own community. You care about your own community. You're taking care of these folks. And something that Ron has actually told me multiple times. He said, you want to know who really appreciates these police more? A lot of times it's people who have been in and out of jail. They have the relationship with the police. They need them often a lot more than some other members of the community do. So that's why I'm going to continue to ask the question every year and make sure we are thinking about it, talking about it.
I think you're correct. I mean, when the day comes when we need the body cams, I mean, obviously if the Lions staff said, hey, everybody else has body cams, why don't we? Let's do it. Then probably take a little bit more serious. But I think that when I'm looking at, what can I do with that money every year? I could probably pay my cops more money. That is a cost.
Or have two more cops. I mean,
right. So I look at that calculus and go, if it's not broke at this moment, do we really need to fix it? If things change, and the public now is demanding that sort of video, I still think a lot of people don't want to be videoed.
Yeah, I actually agree with you. I think it's just worth having the conversation because my fear of the state.
I'm glad to have it because I think that this has been something that even when I was chief, when it first came out, and we were looking at it, what the cost was, there was never a cost benefit that went on that side of the scale to implement it. Now, I've been out of the business now for 6 years. I could be wrong, but my sense is that, we're not seeing the complaints from the citizenry that you would want to see before you go, hey, maybe we need to put cameras on because we need to control whatever behavior there is between the officers and the public.
And I would expect that the department would come with
I'm
that
not,
if
I'm
they
not
thought
ag-
it was a priority.
I'm not against them, but I also look at it as that are we getting the value out of them that could be spent
That
elsewhere?
makes perfect sense. One more question on the GTAX. And Matt, this is something half on you too. Windows 10 is already being migrated down. It's still got probably another 4 or 5 years on end of life. But I know that the chipsets for 11 compared to 10 were pretty stupid in what they mandated. Are the GTECs that we're bringing on gonna create mixed desktop problems? Do you know where I'm going with my question? Okay.
The ruggedized desktop market in general lags behind all other laptops. So even the newest of their GTACs probably have 8th or 9th gen Intel, whenever we're on 12
Yeah.
and 13th gen. So that's kind of how that ends up going. So you see them catching up later on.
Okay.
Compared
So we're
to
not,
so.
and I was just worried about whether technology investment needs to wait until, not trying to hold it up, but more until we did a global base versus replacement base with with Windows migration challenges.
And the one thing that we do is we keep a base image on all of them so that it's easy for us to refresh them.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, it's from our perspective, it's not too bad.
Okay, perfect.
We're also looking at some other types, not just GTEC, Samsung.
Yeah, whatever.
The rugged tablet market really strong.
Whatever brand you guys choose to buy, you choose to buy. You can get into some challenges with server interactions and data transfers when you start crossing profiles across different server bases. And I know he's going to server 22, which then server 22 is how is going to relate to backwards facing to Windows 10, which is already now, everyone used Windows 10 for a decade. We're completely happy with them. Of course, they screwed up and gave us Windows 11. So,
Hey, Eric, can I tee off on your topic when you're talking about the computers and GTECs? Are those specific to each vehicle or to officer?
To each officer.
To each officer? So it might be, okay. I was thinking it may be easier if you can go to rugged tablets, so each officer would carry around the tablet.
And that's some things we're looking at for like the detective units, going into a rugged tablet system with, Bluetooth keyboards. And we're looking at some different options that might be more cost effective and better.
And IT's got a full load of stuff for this year. It's something to look at in the future. I was just wanting to make sure that we weren't kind of cross-pollinating earlier than we needed to.
I promise you, if I'm sitting at this table next budget cycle, I'll have an exact quote for you. Now that I know that's a question that you ask every year.
It is.
It's just a general idea. I don't have any other questions. You're good? You have a question? You're up.
Okay, I have a few.
Your favorite.
Yeah, the police, yeah, I know. So I have a few things. And some of these are things I'm asking more for the public awareness and just to get your general take. So I did notice that your police officers use their cell phones a lot. They have to use their cell phones a lot. Do some of you guys have your own government cell phones? Has there been any discussion with, like, how does that work? I mean, how does it work? Go ahead, Ron.
Oh, we've been here before a couple
Have
times.
we? I don't know. Maybe I haven't been a part of it.
Yeah, we've been here a couple times. We've invested in cell phones and nobody used them. And
Okay.
really, at the end of the day, most people use their own cell phone. They just have to be careful when taking pictures and having evidence on the phone. So
That's really what I'm getting at. That's what I'm
there
more
are
concerned
cameras.
about.
I mean, so if they take photos, crime scene photos, they obviously have to be careful with deleting off their phone, making sure they're not sharing it on social media, all those things that are within the policy. So, yeah, we've been there. I think Matt can validate. We've bought cell phones and paid for the service. Then we looked at the data use and it was zero. And we're
Yeah,
spending.
no,
and we're
I
spending-
know because I have two cell phones. I know what it's like. I don't use one hardly at all, and my personal I use all the time because it's one that's on me.
And there were some tax issues too, where, if any type of personal use equipment, then we're getting taxed, on that aspect as well.
Sure.
So,
So I don't know, something,
Well, they're all provided cameras. And so if they choose not to use the camera in their phone instead, then that's a choice. And they're, so.
okay. It's just something that occurred to me as I was going down the line. I already asked you about new hires and which thoughts on that were, on how we, I know right now you only have one position open, I
Yes.
think, right? And are you getting a lot of recruits?
When we put out the hiring announcements, we get a decent number. I mean, not as high as the past used to be. We'll be partnering with a hiring event here next month with KCSO when they're trying to hire jailers for a potential reopening. And that's when we'll refly it out there and try to attract that one open position we got.
When I was walking around Balsam, your mobile command station, that trailer, something that I was thinking about, why not get something like Starlink for that command station so that you could, so that if something happened to City Hall, power was down, generators are out, you could operate now as a full-up command station. I just wanted to bring it up.
It doesn't have that ability?
I don't know if it has satellite communication. I don't know what.
Yeah, we don't have satellite. We have radio communication in the command center, but no satellite.
All I'm thinking is if you are working something heavy duty and you got to move your trailer out to a site, to be able to sit there and work on your computers and process a crime scene seems like something you would need. You already have generators and power, you have radios.
And that's something we were looking at with the mobile command post, definitely getting one for that, but absolutely open to that doesn't get used as much as
Sure, good point.
this.
Yeah, but I know Starlink could be a good fix to some of your issues.
Carol, I just want to chime in. I so strongly, absolutely agree with you on that one, for two reasons. Which is number one, is remember you're preparing for the situation that you don't see coming. And in case we forgot, it was only 4 short years ago that we saw the situation that we didn't see coming on back-to-back days. Now, we were lucky that we had our resources and everything else retained, but I still remember one of the first conversations I had with CERT in my first month after being elected was, what happens if this hits LA and it's just as bad for us up here? We will be shut off we will not get the services of the world running to our aid. And I think I don't know if that's 10,000 or that's 20,000. It's not going to be that much money to make sure that you have interconnected IT in that unit. I'm looking at Matt too, because I know that that's not going to be a ridiculous amount of money to make that happen.
It's just something I want to make sure is on the radar.
Yeah.
If we're talking about command centers, mobile command centers, or emergency preparedness.
I think that's I didn't realize it didn't have it on board, but.
Next thing I want to ask about is make sure you got. As hopefully you remember, I ask these questions every year. Do you have the latest? Do you have the weapons and gear that you need? Anything that needs to be that you don't have in the budget that needs to be added into the budget?
Not at this point. This last budget cycle, we purchased a lot of that. I don't want to say extra, but upgraded our tasers. We've got new firearms,
Shields?
red dot sights. We've ordered shields.
Yeah.
We're sitting pretty good at this time with current equipment.
Same question. So training too. You have plenty of money in your budget for training.
Yes, plenty of budget for trainings. Since the pandemic has reopened, the training opportunities has opened. As our staffing improves, we get more of the opportunity to send these guys.
I noticed one of your slides is you bought new radios.
Yes.
Is that radios for for your volunteers, your packed in your CERT guys too?
Yes, there's a limited amount. Obviously with 84, PAC members, we can't have 84
Sure.
radios at the.
And they're expensive. Yeah.
But yes, with this last 5 will equip the rest we need to minimally function.
Okay. And when we go back and talk, we glanced across the top of it, but LPRs, the only reason I'm hounding on it is because I went off and Googled to look around a little bit at. Which committee is that going to come back to? I guess I'm looking at everybody for that one. Because this one is something that after doing some Googling around, it seems important to me.
I'm sorry, I was.
No, I know you're trying to handle a lot of things at once, sure.
Yeah.
LPRs.
Which committee?
That should probably go back to City Org. In fact, I'm texting with Sergeant Groves right now, and I'm asking him for his white paper. No, the reason why we're not covering it tonight is I knew with Placer AI, I know this is going to be a sensitive topic for the public, putting cameras, they're going to be reading people's license plates. It just needs to be prepared to where we cover that community concern that I already know is going to come up. And so what I'm looking for from the staff is, give me what the benefits are, give me what the cost is, tell me where it's been successful in other areas. What's the ongoing costs? I'm looking for that. And so, once we get that, we can take it to committee. And so I support it because I think that anytime we can help identify criminals moving around our community, stolen vehicles, I think it's a great thing. I just know that in our community, when we go to implement that sort of stuff, we have to implement it being prepared to answer those questions when the public comes up and starts talking about privacy. I think the public will appreciate it. We just have to be able to sell it the right way the first time, because if we don't present it right the first time, it's going to get stuck like Placer IA. You hear IA on it, and it brings up people's concern. And so I think that we have to be able to do that due diligence. I told Sergeant Groves I'd be willing to meet with him and the staff and guide them through what we need to be able to bring this back. And I have no problems bringing it back. I have no problems budgeting for it. I just wanted to be prepared when we did it. And when I was approached with it was a couple weeks ago, and I said, hey, let's get it prepared. It doesn't matter if it doesn't hit, this budget meeting. We can bring it back off budget and then present it. So that's where I think we're going to go on it. Not unless council wants to just, because I don't even know what the full cost is. I think it's about $70,000.
I don't know what the full cost is
Yeah, I think it's
either.
about $70,000 for implementation, and I'm not sure what the ongoing costs are. So really, I don't know if we were actually prepared to be able to go into that potential depth of explanation if this became an issue.
I'm sure not. I just wanted to make sure, especially for the council, that it's on your radar.
Right.
But it's something we're thinking about and talking about, because the minute somebody brought it up to me, it didn't take long for me to do some Googling around and see what a benefit it is for the community, so.
Just to make sure for everyone on the council, LPR is a license plate reader.
Right.
It's cameras on the
License plate
vehicles
reader.
that are capable of reading license plates as they're driving down the street in order to spot stolen vehicles or other vehicles that have been flagged for suspicious activity, APB. I said APV, and I know I'm not talking about the alcohol beverage value. APB.
Gentlemen, have you guys, maybe I could just ask, have you guys done some research on that? Can anybody get up and give me a short little brief on what LPR is? I don't mean to French out. Yes. Come on up to the microphone if you don't mind, please. Actually, just come sit across from Captain Dampier really quick and just turn on the mic.
No. Hey, man, we're talking about everything else under the sun.
Yeah.
What you were talking about.
We're talking about everything else under the sun, and this is no less important than anything else.
Yeah, turn your mic on there.
It's
the
on.
button.
It's on?
Yep.
Okay. So LPRs stands for license plate readers. They're the cameras that would be set up strategically through the city, and they would be able to read license plates of every vehicle that goes by. And it's just license plates. It's not looking at people inside cars or anything like that. And it'd be a huge benefit to our police department, especially because of our staffing issues. I know that in the detective bureau, it's just me and my partner and our sergeant. So it would greatly help us in being able to combat the types of crimes that we have here, especially. A lot of stolen vehicles, we'll be able to find out where they're headed to, if they leave town, if they're still in town.
Is there an investigative benefit, like let's say a crime happens on the east end of town, is there an investigative benefit to be able to go back and see if a car involved in that may be picked up on the LPR?
Absolutely. Yeah, it would be able to, it'd be able to find if that vehicle, we could go into the database and search, say, white Camrys, and we'd be able to get all the white Camrys that went to this specific area and get their license plates to be able to track down, especially people coming from out of town, from Bakersfield, from LA, and we'd be able to get people that we're not super familiar with coming into our town and committing crimes and leaving. We'd be able to track them down, get suspects that we need. Another thing with the Flock system, is it would integrate us with a lot of other departments that have this system too. Such as we did a sit-op recently in McFarland, and they have a number of these LPRs in their city. We got in a few pursuits when we were down there, and they were able to actually discontinue the units because LPRs picked up the license plate of the vehicle that was fleeing from us. So when we were driving over 100 miles an hour trying to catch these criminals, we were able to stop the danger of all the officers involved and the public. We were able to reduce that and not pursue after them, but be able to know who they were and what direction they were headed to. So I think that'd be huge for us here, especially since the pursuits is something that we come across, I think, pretty often here for the size of our city. And we'd also, in addition to that, we'd be able to access the LPRs from other agencies that already have them implemented. We'd be able to see if we're having the same criminal coming through our town, leaving and going, somewhere in Bakersfield. We'd be able to see if
So how
they're
many
from over
other,
there.
how many other Kern County police departments deploy the LPRs?
I don't have an exact number. I know that Bakersfield, they had around 30 initially, and I know that they just got approved for, I want to say 50 or...
6 more. So Bakersfield has it, McFarland has it, Delano has it, Tehachapi is going through their city council to get approved for it. I mean, it's a common thing now in all cities.
I go back to, we had a homicide investigation in the early 2000s where there were several groups from the Central Valley that came in different vehicles that the man hours and the suspect identification, if we went with our Bear system, would have shaved days, if not weeks.
I think we're about 20 minutes behind them on every stop.
Yeah. So just using that then, knowing with that technology now, it's a huge investigative tool.
A lot of times when we pull camera footage, we're able to get side profile of cars. And yeah, it's cool, we have a white Camry, but it doesn't tell us nothing. It must be on the license plate.
Right. How many?
The Idaho, I don't know if you guys heard of the Idaho killings.
Yeah.
Block is what's solved right now.
Yep.
Right. So how many cameras would you be recommending to install in town? Have you guys worked with the vendor on that to see what the optimal number would be?
Yes, we have been, we're working on it. I don't know, personally, I don't know the exact number of what we want. I mean, we'd want one on every street if we could.
Right.
But,
It was approximately 3,000 a camera, and that included the yearly storage and all maintenance and the installation. And with the total being somewhere around 70, someone do the math, 77,000 divided by 3. Yeah, so
yeah.
that was the initial, like a proof of concept, with knowing that if it really works, there are other areas that we could truly do a tighter net.
Yes, and I know that in talking with them, they have the agencies that do have them implemented, they've been able to reach out into the public and get business owners to, they could even purchase their own camera that they wouldn't have access to, but they'd purchase it for their area, or like bigger corporations like Walmart and places like that could
I guess
help
so.
with that.
Yeah, I didn't want to belabor too much. I didn't mean to put you guys on the spot. It was just the minute somebody planted in my ear, it's something I wanted to know more about. Seemed like a great idea, and I think the idea that Ron had about it coming back to a committee, about having a full-up plan, like, look, we can see this many businesses coming in, we have this many cameras, this is the cost. I mean, shoot, even talking to the vendor would be nice, all that stuff. I just want to make sure that you guys were all tracking. Just because I had heard about it didn't mean you guys had heard about the technology, so.
Yeah, it would definitely revolutionize how.
I'll be honest with you,
police
not
work.
knowing what I don't know about, because I don't, I'm not a cop. I assumed you guys already had something like this on your cars. Like, no, I mean, I honestly assumed you guys were already able to, but that just shows I watch too much TV. See, there it is. So I'd like to see you get it, and we'll just look at a presentation in a committee.
I mean, we could budget the first year and just bring it through committee for implementation, just so we have that ability to be able to discuss it.
I am very much in favor of that. If it's truly, like, if you guys are telling me that you could see it being that much of a benefit to and then I'm pressing the I believe button.
Yeah, and I personally would, I mean, I happen to agree with you. Sorry, I happen to agree with you. Of everything I've heard tonight, that's something I can see us making the budgetary allocation tonight to make sure that project, presses forward. We do it the right way, the way you're discussing.
I think that how we implement things is very important.
Yep.
And I think that I'm supportive of it. I just want to make sure that when we bring it forward, that it's going to be successful. We're not going to have to get behind the 8 ball trying to now, we've implemented it, now we got this public perception issue. I think we're better to deal with it up front and then let the public ask their questions and then implement it. Because it is cameras. I mean,
Yeah.
it's the same thing. I don't think it's that big of a deal, but I'm also sensitive to sometimes people will overreact or will overthink it, and how we do it will help. So what's the cost?
It was 70-something thousand, so if we were to budget 80,000, that would cover the phase one, the initial.
When you factor supply and implementation, I would say probably 100,000 is probably more, a nice even number. And I'm only saying that because by the time you get through purchase contract, invoice, delivery, shipment, I mean, you don't want to be coming back to get a budgetary amendment.
Sure, yeah.
To it. Is there any other comment from the council? What I'd like to do is shift. I know that there's at least one caller on the phone and one most likely on the floor. I'd like to get to the public comment real quickly before we press forward, unless there's other comment from council. Okay, thanks, guys. Okay, is there any public comment from the floor? Okay. We'll take public comment from the phone.
Yes,
Okay.
correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't I hear a discussion about Placer AI during the Economic Development Committee session?
Yeah, that was
Is that correct?
Yeah, that was earlier during the
It was
economic.
during the administrative department.
Yep.
Okay, and now we're talking to the police sergeant about Placer AI?
No.
No. Negative.
I'm sorry. I thought I heard discussion about Placer AI for law enforcement.
Placer AI does not work for law enforcement. They cannot be used by law enforcement.
Well, it will be, but...
Okay, well, that's your opinion. Did you have another question?
You're darn right it's my opinion, and it would be nice if we could have a public meeting and an agenda item to discuss this. I shouldn't have to come to a committee meeting on an issue as important as this. And I also know, have you listened to either one of those videos, Councilman Blades?
To your videos, the videos you're sending me, the links,
They're not my videos, but I sent you two emails.
Ben, could you just, Mike, could you please just talk about what you want to talk about?
I'm asking you a simple question. Have you listened to those videos?
I'm not going to answer your question. How about that?
Why not?
Because I don't have to.
Mr. Sanat, we're welcoming your public comment in regards to the LPR discussion, as well as anything that was presented by the police department as their budgeted needs for fiscal year 2023-24. We'll be happy to take any comments.
Tracking people coming into town or something.
Yeah, what we're talking about is LPRs. They're license plate readers.
Okay, so we want to use license plate readers to follow people when they come in town.
That's a good summary.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to double check, and we'll have a discussion publicly about this issue of Placer AI. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there any other callers? I don't see any, and no other public comment from the floor. We'll bring it back to council. You know what? I'm 100% with Kyle. I'm okay with making a budget line for the LPRs, but I'd like to hear from the other council members.
So I just have a question because it's somewhat new other than what I had read. I think the officer in the back, when you mentioned the Idaho thing, I'd read some information on their detective work, and I think that's what it was pertaining to. But so same as when an officer's, pulling over a car or, you know, looking at a suspect car, they call it in, right? I mean, that's typically the
Correct,
response.
yeah.
You have to call it in and then get a response
Yeah, their license
back.
plates recorded, the vehicle
So
descriptions recorded.
The reader is, so to differentiate between, you know, say the common, you know, law-abiding citizen and someone who's done you know, committed whether it's a crime or has something on their record, that has to be entered into it. And I mean, they're entered into the system just like they would be if you were manually calling it in.
If the vehicle was entered as stolen, another vehicle of interest from a BOL, be on the lookout, something to that effect, we wouldn't be randomly picking up license plates, running them to find out who the owner is. It would be in response to suspected
would
criminal
flag it
activity.
because it's already
If
entered
we're
in
looking
the
at a
system.
time frame in a certain area, if we have a vehicle, like I said, even if a red pickup truck, you know, we can throw that search parameter for that time period, and then it would produce what red pickup trucks were located in that area during that time period and give us an investigative tool to narrow down potential suspects.
It's not so in-depth that if the criminal put a false bogus license plate on it, that the reader would be able to differentiate between.
No, but we would at some point.
Yeah, correlate the difference in the vehicle and the license plate wouldn't come up on the screen and say, you know.
And make that vehicle highly suspect at that point.
Yeah. So I think that pretty much answers my question about it, but I see it as a pretty favorable tool for the law enforcement agencies and.
Saves a lot of man hours.
Yeah.
It's efficiency using technology. Skip, do you have any pro or con, or Solomon, pro or con, just?
We've probably anchored down quite a bit here.
My first reaction in listening to this was that I assumed we already had this capability and we're using it. Philosophically, it's possible. We make use of the overall AI technology. In fact, the technology is here right now to rig our chairs as lie detectors. It would pick up how we're fidgeting, moving around, galvanic skin response, heart rate, and a clever AI software associated with these comfortable lie detectors would have lights go off in front of the dais whenever we happen to be lying. I'd say the most ardent AI hater would then become their most ardent champion if the tables were turned thusly. So you asked me what I thought is too philosophical for this otherwise worthy venue.
How do you feel about allocating an extra $100,000 to make sure we get it happening this year?
Oh, have your secretary type it up and I'll sign it.
Okay.
I'm hoping it's less than $100,000.
Well, no, I'm saying that because if you got delivery implementation and stuff of that nature, that we don't want to have to come back to rebudgeting.
I think if
And-
we budgeted 80,000, we could find the extra money within budget if we
Okay,
needed it.
fine.
So,
I'm confident 80,000 would cover it.
so why we'll put 80,000 in their capital line item, and then the thought would be is it will, before it's implemented or as it's being implemented, we'll bring the vendor in
Yeah, we'll have a
with the
larger
story to City Org, and then, so at least we have some additional public engagement before it's implemented.
I think my last question would be, has Matt, has your IT department, and I know that's all part of the plan that we have to present, and let's just say Matt doesn't like it, right?
It actually is not going to reside on our software. It's a cloud-based
Well, no,
program.
I understand it goes with the Flock system, it's gonna be a yearly thing, I understand that, but we're the ones still, we, the city of Ridgecrest, are still using it and are responsible. So I would love the idea of our IT department saying, yeah, okay, we can be on board with this.
We can make that as part of our presentation for City Org. Drag Matt in for an evening. Got it. Yeah, my only concern was, at first, it was such short notice, and it appears they've done a lot of research on it, but I really wanted to make sure we had the ability to present it right, other than just running it through
Well, and I'm still willing to say, and, especially on record, that if you, the committee, or, if it doesn't pass the test and it looks like, yeah, this isn't as hot as we thought it was gonna be, then you guys are like, okay, well, I guess 80K goes to something else, but,
Correct.
okay.
We just won't use it.
Okay, I think we are done with you. Thank you, Captain.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for a lively conversation and good information. Okay, I think we're done for the night, right?
As long as you don't give him more than 80,000 more.
Oh, we still got to do you? Okay.
I will just say, sir, last year went till 10 o'clock, so we'll see how long he talks for.
Well, if he's got his 120 slides, we're in trouble. But
I just hope you guys are
I
ready.
got a
for
question
the-
just in advance. Are the slides properly formatted?
I think so this year.
You did great, Travis. We're happy to have you. And just ahead of time, we give Travis Reed a lot of grief up here as the council is, and in our humor. But before you even make your presentation, I guarantee you I have heard more compliments about everything that's being done on the roads in the last 90 days than I heard over the last 2.5 years of service. And thank you for getting your department out and doing so much. It is being seen, and people are recognizing that there's work being done on this community. So thank you.
Thank you. I think it echoes the sentiment of all the staff we have right now. I think you guys have done a great job at retention of our key assets, and I have no complaints about the people that have worked for me. It's been absolutely great. So, and that is a testament to you guys and to Ron and Cherie with always taking my 5,000 questions about, can I spend this money? Can I not spend this money? So it's been a great partnership. But anyway, so I only have one slide for you. You see it. We're just getting it done, and then we're going to go into hiatus for next year.
Good to go.
So any questions? No, so one change that we're doing this year is I work so closely with Heather with so many planning projects and developments with conditioning. We're actually going to stick her under me. So a couple things she wanted us to mention this year was our accomplishments from some of the things she wanted to mention from last year is her community outreach efforts and the strive to make fair housing here. We kicked off the 2031 housing element. I know she has been working diligently. One of the things I have to help out with her on is we got to get our GIS system up and going and working in a better fashion than just for the public works side. Working with our building department so that way she can run a report to find out which lots have been built on, which ones are vacant. She has been hand doing that. And she's also been taking her lunch hour, not her exact lunch hour, but around the lunch hour to go poll citizens that are at the Salvation Army. So that way she can reach another demographic of our community. So she's working really, really hard, and she's always updating as many policies and things like that we need. Sometimes she is on Subdivision Map Act, surveyor by trade. I should be the one that knows that in and out, but she's the one that finds those before I do. So she's a valuable asset to us, and she's highly respected from me, and it's been a joy to work with her. One of the other big things that she navigated this year was SB 9 and all the ADU legislation that came out. And it's been, pardon my French, kind of hellish at times with what we've had to figure out. It's been just like the trash thing, here, do this, but we all have to figure out how to implement it. One of the things she was instrumental on was giving us an idea of, hey, could we do zero curb face and get parking up in the driveways so we can keep them off roads? And we've implemented that in numerous spots, and I think it's worked out great. So her 24 budget goal highlights and goals were she wants to get HCD approval of the 2031 housing element. That's crucial for us for grants through housing. That's where AHSC came from, which is where we're getting ready to start rolling out and doing work over by Norma and the new Villa Crest apartments that are going in. We've got to do a ton of work on our zoning map. We've got a lot of areas that we've had some known issues that we would like to get cleaned up this year. We've got designations in some spot that just don't make sense, like a piece of property that's designated school, but it's public property and it's owned by a private citizen. And then she just wants to continue to build on and aid the commercial development that we've seen. I mean, we've seen 7+ commercial units go in and break ground this year and last year, and we just want to keep continuing that trend to bring more life to Ridgecrest. Next, we've got our engineering department. You guys all know the story. We've got 2 people. Quinn has been absolutely instrumental to my success. There's nothing that I've given him, and there's nothing that he can't handle. So it's a shout out to Quinn. He's my right hand with Levette and with everybody else, and we've gotten more done this year than I would have ever dreamed possible. So our 23 accomplishments, we designed and constructed multiple street projects. I mean, Griffith has blown the big one out of the park. They're on working day 60 of a 120-day contract. And we're expecting to be wrapped up with all the major construction in about 2 weeks. So that means all the asphalt down, majority of the curb down, and all that'll be left is a little bit of flat work for curbing for sidewalk. So it's been a joy. Bowman did the same thing on Franklin. That one was done early. We've done every street that you've seen. We've surveyed in-house. Quinn has taken that on, and I literally now, every once in a while, with the new data collector that you guys got us last year, some little things pop up, and he's blown that out of the park. The project that we've got coming up to put those other 2 streets that we pulled out back in, he found the time to get out there and go survey all that, about $30,000 worth of work that we did in-house. So I can't say enough about the staff, everybody. It's just, if there's one thing that I can say has been a testament to what you've seen, is because of all the people that we have now working for the city. So we're approximately 60% done with our 5-year plan update. We got numbers for budgetary numbers to them on what we typically would see putting into roads. And we're working on laying out the streets that we want to do, when we want to do them, and how we're going to get them done, whether we're going to do it with a chip seal, whether we're going to do it with a slurry, or whether we're going to do it with HMA. The IMS data that you guys approved for us so we can get actually real computerized data and take the guesswork out of our pavement management index has been instrumental. And I can't wait to see what we're going to be able to do with it as far as ADA ramps are concerned. So
just real quickly, what you're saying is the use of technology has made your department not only more efficient, but has been able to deliver better goods to the citizens of the city?
100%.
Absolutely, thank you.
100%. It's been, that data, that LiDAR data has been absolutely instrumental to what we've done. And I think that you can see, I mean, Public Works Engineering was a division of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people at one time, and we're down to 3. And we've gotten, I'm going to venture to say more done this year than in the last 10 years. So it's been great. Some of our main highlights with how hard Quinn's worked this year, he did get promoted to an engineer 2, so well deserving. We've got one engineer 1 position available still. It's in the budget. I actually have a local candidate that reached out to me personally, and I'm gonna skim through his resume, has some design experience, so looking forward to see how that pans out. We've got $50,000 budgeted for some infrastructure repairs, $30,000 respectively for felspar widening. That's part of our AHSC project. We did get signed deeds and legals and stuff back, so I've just got to finish sending that over and getting that filed so we can take ownership and fee so we can do that widening with that project. We've got our big year this year for capital software. Our AutoCAD renewal is coming up. And I will say this, I think we've used that program more than we have in the last 10 years as well. So, and then our typical $7,000 for our non-capital software, which is our street saver stuff and stuff that we use to monitor our signals. One thing this year that's a little bit different is we do have some trucks in for our fleet side of things. We lost one vehicle in engineering, and we have one vehicle that's pretty old, so we're looking to do some work, replace one or two of those. These vehicles will be a double use. We're going to let streets use them the majority of the time, and only when we absolutely need them will we rob them from them. So our 23-24 goals are really the same. And Eric, you got me a sticker for this. Let's just get her done. We've got another list of projects. We've got an $800,000 Measure V paving project for those two streets that we added a bunch of curb and gutters so we could actually finish them so things drain right, just like we did on Franklin. So that's another area of town that'll see a nice new road. We've got $200,000. We've been in contact with the school district on numerous things that we're trying to get done. They've worked with us in laying out some temporary no parking signs and some loading zones so we can get a better feel for how the PED signals and things like that we think will work. So we've got $200,000. We're going to put some sidewalk in down Las Flores where they've had some issues with kids walking across the road, not in designated crosswalks. That will be 100% Measure V funded and also completely done in-house. So, and that's a testament again to the staff we have for us being able to deliver something like that. We've got $3.8 million. This is budgeted for, it's our Fund 272, which is our drainage impact. So this will have some paving. It'll be aided some by Measure V, but the majority of the drainage work we see is going to come from our drainage impact fee. We're putting in those channel crossings at Norma. $5 million for AHSC, and then Tom's favorite over there. We have $750,000 budgeted this year to upgrade all of our signal infrastructure. The HSIP project is underway. We've been reviewing submittals, looking at all the controllers. We are in a holding pattern right now, waiting for a delivery date for the controllers. Once we have the delivery date of the controllers, it'll be full blow and go. And like I said, radar will be the first one we do. So the advanced detection and the other infrastructure upgrades that we're going to do to our signals will actually give us the capability of utilizing the McCain software to the full potential. That's radar technology, so it's not governed by sun, shadow, anything. We had a demo of it, and we're actually in the process of setting up a demo to set it up on the California and China Lake Boulevard signal, so that way I can ping PD a ton and tell them to use that intersection and tell me how it functions. So that'll be a 3-month trial, and at which point, since we have to pay to install it, it's just pulling a little bit of cable through existing conduit and hooking it in once our new controller's in. If we like the system, that'll be one of the units we get to keep. So we won't be paying again to pull that out and put one in. So it'll be a new unit that they put up, and we'll just be taken out of the project funds. Other than that, we've got our Ward Avenue Phase 2. That's about $1.6 million. That's downs to Norma. We're reprofiling all the intersections. I'm sorry, it'll be a racetrack, Justin. But that project is 95% designed. We sent our final comments back after our walk and everything today. So Willdan's pushing real hard. We would like to get that out to bid in July, so that way hopefully we can catch the contractors we have working for us now in town and save some on the MOB costs. We've got $270,000 budgeted for the full design of Mahan Street. Got a little bit of bad news on that. I was hoping to be able to use a CMAQ project, but in reading the fine print of CMAQ, it cannot be capacity increasing. So rather than putting that project on hold, I think safety on that road is crucial with how skinny it is in some spots. So we're going to go ahead and apply for RSTP funding for that project. Next, obviously, I already touched on Cycle 10. Our ER crackfill project's getting ready to bid. So that'll be one that actually fixes the huge ruts on Ridgecrest Boulevard. And then obviously I talked about applying for that, our 5-year plan, expand the ADA transition plan. That's one of the big things that's coming. And with all of our projects that we've done over 100 ramps this year. So I think that's a huge testament to us pushing towards accessibility for all of our public.
The State Department of Justice is happy.
Yep, I'm sure they will be happy with that. Some of our milestones, we completed over $8 million worth of street rehabilitation this year. I can't say enough to the contractors. We've had minimal interruptions. They've gone above and beyond for notifying public. One of the foremen literally goes door to door before they do something and knocks to make sure everybody understands what's going on. So we started implementation of that 5-year plan. We're looking at the streets in which IMS thinks are the priorities, and obviously we're going to do some reorganization and try to target multiple areas rather than doing it in bulk in one area. You know, Cherie spoke about the surveys and the big things that people are saying about roads. And it's nice to see that we were a little bit ahead of the game last year, because the majority of our roads in our Measure V project last year were local roads, or the one we're working on right now, right? Our FY22, PEGs, the Veras, the Sierra Vistas, the Purdue's, the Atkins, the Reeves. You've got a lot of houses and a lot of people that use those roads, right? So we were kind of, in a way, one step ahead. And we're going to look towards using all of our Measure V funds for local match for the grant side and our local roads from here on out. And then trying to just stick with the grants to keep our arterial streets up and going. Because those are the big, heavy hitters, right? A lot more money involved with that, so we can stretch our Measure V dollars and get a lot more local roads done. Again, 100+ curb ramps this year. I would have loved to have the time to give you an actual count, but I know it's over 100 because there was 77 alone in the Measure V project. We successfully navigated an ADA complaint this year. If we would not have successfully navigated that ADA complaint, we could have had all the grant funding that we worked so hard to obtain stripped from us. So I think that was a huge milestone for our department. We've got a grievance policy that's in the final round of review that we knew we were going to get on the website. We've got a button there now that people can click to report a concern. I get a lot of calls from the local public about local things that our streets crew does an amazing job of getting out there and tackling for us. And then ultimately, I just want to further the staff's knowledge that I have. That's my huge goal this year, because I really feel like we have a lot of up-and-comers on this staff that could do a lot of good things for us in the future. So now, everybody's favorite, street and fleet maintenance. We budgeted $1 million as a program this year for slurry. Streets is really shooting this year to catch up on all the streets that we missed out on from the fiber construction. It's been rough. We didn't get quite as much slurry done this past year that we would have liked, but I think it makes sense with all the other construction that we've seen going on right now, right? Our typical, we've got $275,000 budgeted this year, up $50,000 for our streetlights. I think that's going to be a huge point of emphasis here in the future, that the cost of electricity is only going up. Every year our budget for electricity has to go up. So staff is looking into some other programs with solar and things like that to see if we can't combat that a little bit. We transferred in $478,000 of our RMRA funds. This is our SB1 funds, the local roads maintenance funds. And correct me if I'm wrong, Cherie, but I think that's the majority of it. Like, we pretty much depleted that fund with what we've been given, right?
Yep.
Our standard, about 300 grand after we've met all of our unmet needs with transit that we can use towards roads. That's gone into roads this year again. And we've got another 290 for machinery, and something that I think has been lacking for many years is newer machinery that will allow us the ability to get more done. We got the new motor grader last year, and that has been huge for us with all the bells and whistles it's got on it. We've got the dump truck that Les has done a great job of looking into, and we're actually going to reutilize our bed because it's in such great shape, and just put the bed on a new truck to save some money from this last year's budget. So, and this year we've got a striping machine, and we want to get another smaller dump truck. So the smaller dump truck is the one they use for patching holes, things like that. And I'd like to get something with a sluice gate, so that way, rather than trying to open the hole back and letting a huge chunk of cold mix fall out where they have to shovel half of it back in the truck, we would like it to be able to open a 1x1 chute, dump what you need, and shut the chute, and be a little bit more efficient with our repairs. So our 23 accomplishments, I have some further details on it. We did do 1.5 centerline miles this year, but we also prepped over 7 centerline miles. So we have a lot of streets that are literally just sitting there. They need some minor touch up, blow them off, sweep them off, and put the slurry down. We completed 6.4 in one project of hot mix asphalt. I looked back at some of the bids, and from back in the day, I have not seen one that has done near as much asphalt as we did today, or this last year. We purchased a couple trucks, the motor grader, an air compressor, and the one I really want to highlight is the rut box. So it's a 5-foot box that we can drag behind our slurry machine to cover up all the fiber trenches. So that way we've got a good emulsion surface on the top that's for safety reasons, that's for look and appearance, that gives us longevity so we don't see breakdowns on the side of the trench where water starts to intrude and then degrade our asphalt even further. So I'm really looking forward to getting that out. Les and his team have gotten it to where they can hook it to the truck now. I think they've got it figured out. One of the other things they're gonna do this year is add fiber into our slurry. So which will give us probably, in my guess, or my engineering judgment, I would say that it will prevent reflective cracking for at least another year to a year and a half before you see those cracks that were there project back up through that surface. So these are the streets that we did with slurry. I did not get 500 pictures for you this time. So not quite as much as we normally would get, but still a decent chunk. And like I said, the big thing is, and the one that takes all the time, is the prep work, and they have a ton of prep work already done. So this was our chip seal project, one of the projects we haven't talked too much about, but I think the major arterials that we did the chip seal on, that we put the fog seal over, absolutely turned out beautiful. So it was a great thing as a preventative maintenance thing and a way to add a ton of longevity to our roads. And for those of you that live on the local roads that have the rock surface, don't worry, we're coming. It'll be black soon. And now here is my favorite one. These are all the roads that we paved this year. So there is so many roads that I couldn't believe it just driving around the other day. I was cruising around and I'm like, wow, we really did pave a lot of roads this year. So, and that's all a testament to the public and giving us the Measure V funds that they've given us so we can do these things for them. So the big what if, right? Reserves. I know Cherie said we're gonna have 2 million and change in reserves. Well, I have something to say about that. We are not going to have 2 million in reserves. With what we've added to the Measure V paving project this year for flat work and things like that, so we can actually complete a street, not project humps and bumps through it, it will not be that high. So we're trying to, our goal is to shoot by the end of next year. I would love to be able to say we could have 0, but I think that would stress you out a little too much. So I'm going to try to shoot for about 300 grand left over by the end of next year. So, and one of the other things, like I said, we're taking a really proactive approach on listening to the public, right? The public said they want to see local roads done. That's what we're targeting now. That's literally all we're targeting now, are local roads. So sooner rather than later, we'll be out there on your road causing havoc. And additional funding, like I said, is going to be crucial. Next year, Measure V goes away, and that is 90% of the money we use to do roads. And especially if we're in an off year on a grant cycle, right? That can get skewed if we get a grant, but really, that's our funding for it. So fleet maintenance, Danny does a heck of a job. If there was one thing I would ask council to do, it is get him some help. He got a new data reader this year, and the data reader gives him the ability to be working on a vehicle and with the touch of a button, turn the headlights on, start the vehicle, do things like that. And with the newer fleet you've given us, that's crucial for and a time saver for him for being able to diagnose what issues are when DTCs pop up. So their staff is extremely limited. There's one of him. And every year when I look at all the things and Les talks about all the things that he's fixed, it blows me away how he fits it all into a day. So that would be literally my only ask. Transit provides a great service. We've actually seen an uptick in revenues from people using it. Cherie, Chris, Justin, everybody's worked together for bus passes and things like that, and with punch tickets, so you can get 10 rides for a little bit of a reduced rate. And it's been very proactive in helping the transit department function.
Can we stop and go back, Travis?
Mhm.
Go ahead and just address it right now. Is there room in the budget to get some help for Danny? And if there isn't, I understand that answer, but it's just something that I think that we should.
Sure, he
probably
goes, if you don't hire an engineer one, maybe, right?
So.
I'm sorry, I wasn't using the mic.
Yeah.
What I did ask, I just asked, hey, is there room in the budget to hire somebody else? So my apologies.
So what my concern was, is we did the fleet maintenance budgeting based on one person. So I went and I looked at the ending fund balance. And so as you can see on page, 79 of your budget book, in fleet maintenance, the estimated fund balance of the fleet maintenance fund, 440, at the end of fiscal year '24 would be 164, which would be enough to cover one staff member. So we would be in the negative for the fiscal year of '24, but we wouldn't take the fund negative. So is it possible? Yes. Are you making my life difficult? Yes.
Well, then, Ron, what do you think?
Well, we could, I mean, I think probably the best approach would be is, has anybody sat down with Danny? Because I know that part of the thing that we looked at was as the newer equipment came on board, the actual work may be a little less. So I'm not opposed to a second mechanic. I just need to make sure that part of our path was getting all the new vehicles. We outsourced PD vehicles. We've pretty much updated the entire fleet. So I guess the question is that even after that, is he still running up against the clock? Is there still equipment sitting in the parking lot that's not done? Or, is it taking, a week to be able to get the grader fixed because there's other stuff? So I'm not opposed to it.
I think just to kind of add to what you're saying, the newer fleet has been great, but with the newer fleet comes newer problems and newer things that require more time for him to learn how to do. And one of the things that I talked to him about was, what kind of type of person do you want? Do you need somebody that's experienced, or do you want somebody that is fresh out of a mechanic school and wants to learn? And his big thing was he wants somebody that wants to learn so that way they can learn to do it his way. So when your typical car, like just the other day, my car threw a code. Took it to him, and my city car, not my personal car. My personal car always throws code. It's a pain in the butt. But my city car threw a code, and I took it to him. And when he does a routine oil check, he doesn't do an oil change and fix the code. Anytime a car comes to him, he does a 238-point inspection, looks at brakes, looks at this, looks at that. So that way he makes sure that car is safe to drive. He almost treats our fleet like he treats the transit fleet, which has all the requirements for FCSMA and all the federal regulations on it. So he does a great job, and I think because his hands have been in all these, one of the things we've talked about is outsourcing some of it. I think he's reluctant to let some of those things go, because if something happened to a city employee on his watch, I think he would take that to heart.
Quick question, has the lack of the second mechanic caused delays of projects at any point in the last year that you would point to? This is where we had waste as a result of not having it?
Well, the crack and filler machine was down for, that electrical problem we had and the burner problem we had. I would say the crack fill machine was down for almost 4 months. He hasn't had time to get to the old road patch machine, so we could put that in the surplus so we could fix the issues on that. It's just a daily chore. I wouldn't say it's slowed down a project, it's just delayed our normal maintenance of streets and roads and things like that because of how backed up he is and the backlog that he's got.
So back when we did the employee compensation study and we were reviewing employee, the various areas of the city's, employees in general. I saw that as a weak link then, and I see it as one now. And I'd like to see, a voiced opinion that I think that was one area that we needed to address and was hoping that we could address. So I'm glad to see you bring it up tonight. I'm in major favor of getting an extra employee in there. So whatever it takes to.
And like I said, we don't need to do anything tonight. It's just
Right.
more of a concern that I would like to see, and maybe it would be more beneficial if Cherie, Ron, and I discussed it again before we brought something back to you guys.
Yeah, it looks like if we brought on the mechanic on, we'd have to regenerate the mechanic one position. Of course, we could pause this discussion, and on the 7th, when we, come back for any do-overs, we can then reapproach it. So we got a couple days to do that. So maybe that's the best way of looking at it.
100%, are we good with that?
I think, my personal opinion is kind of bringing it back, makes sense. You guys need to have an opportunity to run some numbers and actually understand,
Right.
what the impact is on the fund as well as what the impact is on the general budget. I don't think that's a number where,
don't think
with LRP, with LPR, we could say 80. This is one where you have to actually do a little
Well, yeah. and
decision-making.
Longevity, right,
Yeah.
too. We don't want to just hire them for 1 year.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not a stretch to find the funding for it. It's just a matter of the timing. We were, waiting to see what the impact of all the new equipment was going to be on him.
100%.
And if it's still problematic, then we, he's a mechanic too. We could bring a mechanic one, and it shouldn't be that big of an impact on the budget.
And I think the other thing too, just for succession planning in general, I think it would be big.
Yeah.
Because they would get to learn, Danny's done it for how many years, and I have to say, I think he's done a great job. So I think learning from somebody like that
Your fear
would
is that
be.
that's when Danny has one workplace accident and
Yes.
you're laid up for 3 months and you don't have the support system. I can understand the reasoning.
And I would assume that position could be spread out over a couple of cost centers. I mean, we're looking at probably transit and then a little bit of, general fund. So it could be doable.
So we'll bring it back. Thank you for your consideration on that. All right, we talked about transit a little bit, some of their big notes. We've got the $556,000 that we have left to bill for the CMAQ project, that's the solar shade project, and the chargers and all that good stuff. One of the big notes I would like you to see up there, all the PLC, motor control center stuff, that's all the stuff that controls the chargers that you backfeed your solar into, all that good stuff, and it kind of does your monitoring for you. You see the lead time we got on that? 94 weeks. I've never had somebody tell me that before. My mouth dropped. So we've been working with Crosstown because I honestly don't know how as a contractor, how you hold your costs for something. So we've been allowing them to do what they can up until certain points, suspending their contract, bringing them back when they get some materials in. So trying to work with them to work through that process. But it is progressing just a little bit slower than I think we all would like. We budgeted $366,000 this year out of two places, the LC Top and SGR funds, which is for an electric bus. And the one item that all the drivers talked about since they use their personal cell phones to intercommunicate in case they need to switch a trip or do something like that is getting an actual radio system. So dispatch can communicate with the drivers directly and not rely on cell phones. Some of the accomplishments this year is uninterrupted service during the full physical year. They do a great job. I personally got to sit over there for a week doing dispatch, have a whole newfound respect for those people over there. And for the first time, we retained a full driving staff for a full year. So that's a testament again to the job you guys did to find the money for raising wages and doing things like that. So the plan this year is obviously we want to continue to provide uninterrupted, holy moly, I cannot pronounce that word tonight, service. We want to implement the use of electric vehicles, take advantage of all the new charging infrastructure we're putting in, and explore some advanced driver training, and then also try to get all of our, this was one of our goals last year, we didn't get to it last year, but certify all of our transit employees in CPR, AED, and first aid. You'd be surprised at how many times I get documentation emails from Justin or from Chris about issues that have happened on the bus that involve blood and bodily fluids and things like that. So I think that having that training is imperative, so.
I'm excited about the last bullet, that second to last, explore advanced driver training. What do you mean by that?
So the new passenger endorsements and things of that need require an off-site driver training for any new drivers. And in discussing it with Justin and with the drivers, I think anytime you can have them take defensive driving courses and things like that to not only protect city vehicles, but protect their passengers, right? Sometimes they're kids, sometimes it's a mom, sometimes it's disabled, it's sometimes, so it just, anytime we can protect our citizens better, I think that's
awesome. I'm all about it.
So I think that's a huge win. Wastewater, we've got one major thing I think you all know about. Our budget notes this year was the long drawn out Ward Phase 1 that included all the sewer work is about 95% done. In preparation for Ward Phase 2, we're changing the top on one manhole to a flat top manhole. When we lowered the manhole and brought it back up, we realized that the old cone, which was still in good shape, did not have any grade rings on it. And with us reprofiling the Norman intersection down about 9 inches, so there's not the big bumps like asphalt cross gutters, the sewer manhole would be sticking up out of the ground by about 6 inches, and that would be brutal to hit in a car. So we're gonna do a change order on that. We ran into a lot of unforeseen things underground because that was put in the 60s and 70s. I thought Everlevel did a good job of working their way through it. We're currently working on finalizing the change order for all the work and all the different stuff we did, and that's been a fun process as well. We've got $700,000 worth of new equipment this last year. I mean, that included a new camera, all the base sewers that I don't want to say neglect, but have been just relied upon and not checked like we did with the Houston Harris data after the earthquake and things like that, have been surveyed in-house by a NASCO certified camera operator who's one of our own. So they're doing a lot of stuff in-house, and it's great to seeing them getting training certificates and things like that, and being able to advance themselves not only mentally but help the city out. It's a great thing. We've got another $79,000 for biosolids removal. That's yearly. We don't want to get stuck with that huge bill with the signs and all the biosolids that we had to get rid of 2 years ago. We've got $3 million done with the preliminary engineering and environmental compliance for the new treatment facility, and we completed the 30% design of the plant. And you guys will get a presentation on the decision-making process and where we're at on that real soon. $7.5 million for capital projects. That's our Ward Avenue project. That's our Phase 2 sewer. That's Eric's favorite, Carmageddon. And one of the big things that DWR was on us about, we got our SSMP and our FOG and our MRP and all those things updated this year, and you guys codified them. And our pretreatment inspectors have been actively going out, providing education to our FOG producers and following that plan to a T. So it's been a good luxury to have. Our goals this year: finalize and complete the 100% design of the plant. We've got $9 million budgeted in there this year. Finalize and implement a project schedule for our trunk line sewers. That's the ones that I told you we videoed in-house. Their videos are currently being reviewed so we can put together a project. We saw a lot of cracks at a lot of joints. So it'll be a pretty comprehensive replacement, I think. But I didn't want to speculate and pull a bunch of money out of the thing for this project until I actually had a better idea of what costs would be. So we kind of stuck a little placeholder in there. And one of the big things we need to do with all the public outreach we've been doing is, I've been saying this for the last 2 years, that we need to get our GIS up to a state where they can use it in the field. And I'm going to take that really, really seriously this year, because we're at the point where them being able to document notes and have it stored on a parcel and things like that are going to be absolutely crucial for the implementation of all the plans that we got through and done this last year. And then the last thing that's going to be a big one is purchase of the large Vactor. The large Vector is 18 years old. 2 years ago, council approved us to get one of the little ones, which was 22 years old. So they've pretty much run their life. They've been scrounging, keeping tanks together, things like that. So Jim's requested that we could get a new one for rotting and for cleaning, so that way we can keep up on our annual maintenance. 2 trucks for him. That should be, he'll have a completely new fleet. So that'll be the last of the trucks for a while. And then complete another $1.5 million collection system project. That's what I have, like I said, for a placeholder for that trunk line stuff.
What's a Vector?
A Vector is the picture you see. That's what we use if you get a clog. If you get a plug, it'll suck things out. It's got special heads on it for if you've got a plug within a line that you can actually run it through, and it spins and throws water and cleans and can push debris out of sewer lines. Like if we have one that's got a sag in it or has a problem, it'll clean that so it'll flow.
You have money in your budget?
We have the money in the budget for it this year.
Cool.
And now building, my last one. Our budget notes, we've got more Calbo training. Both girls have taken a very active approach to cleaning up the front area. If you haven't seen that, they've been going through all of the many as-built we have, and we have almost gotten it to the point where every as-built we have will be sorted, make sure there's no duplicates, make sure it's a final set, make sure it's not a draft set, and have all the building as-built for commercial buildings and stuff sorted in one room, and be able to free up some space up there for other needs. So it's been a nice and a welcome change up there. It even got to the point where one of the head inspectors for Kern County came down, saw the work we were doing, and decided it was time for them to clean their shelf off too. So they've been going through and cleaning up all their code books and getting rid of them. So it's been nice to see. And then obviously we want to further some of our disaster survey stuff that we've put in. We found a glaring need with fires out here this year. We had a fire survey permit, but nobody had ever used it. And we've used it, I can think of about 3 or 4 times we've used that now. And what that does is you give them an inspection, it tells them exactly what they have to do to fix the building, if they required engineered plans, if they don't require engineered plans. So it gives them a roadmap to how to fix the area of concern. And with that, I leave you guys with this. This was a fun little outreach thing that Ron allowed us to do, and we'll have more of those to come. And Matt, I'm gonna need your help because I have no idea how to make this play. That's right. Any questions?
No, well done.
Gentlemen, questions?
No questions, just congratulations. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
I have 2. The scanning project. How's that coming? I didn't hear.
You're talking about for the scanning of all of our blueprints and stuff, that scanning project. So I have not implemented anything on the scanning project until we have gone through and weeded through, one, all of our as-built, and then also weeded through all of the address files. Because when we do the scanning scanning project, I want to make sure that we're not, because you pay by page. So, or you pay by cabinet. So I want to make sure that we've gone through and gotten rid of all the stuff that we don't need to scan. So we're not wasting a bunch of money on scanning a bunch of stuff that we're never going to use.
But that is still budgeted and carrying over?
No.
No, okay.
It is
Just
not
not quite
budgeted.
ready yet.
Yep, not carrying over. We've been working more on
Not ready
cleanup.
for prime time yet. Okay. Number 2 is something you and I talked about. And we saw it at night on Balsam, and then I sent you a photo for one. And I know you said that we can do those things in emergency repairs. And what I'm speaking of is arterial or primary intersections with buckled pavement. We get that big one that's right there outside of Navy that, stands out like a sore thumb when we're doing night on Balsam. You get this buckled pavement that's, 2 feet high.
Correct.
What does one of those cost us?
It depends really on the square footage. A typical curb return ramp, by the time you demo it all, most of ours have been pretty intricate that we've had to do. But you're looking anywhere from, when you don't get them in bulk, when you get them
I'm
in
not
bulk.
thinking about a curb return. I'm just thinking
A
you're
buckled
chipping
sidewalk?
out and repairing sidewalk to level.
So a typical sidewalk repair is anywhere from, God, it just, like I said, it depends on how much you've got. But I'm going to say anywhere from
A standard 3 foot by 3 foot section.
a standard 3 foot by 3 foot section, you're looking at somewhere probably around $900.
Okay. So I didn't expect it to be a huge number. We'll take the number and make it 2,000 for the sake of conversation. If it's a little bit larger, a little more time, whatever. I think there's an opportunity for us to survey the community and fix those. And I mean, we have two that, you've that one and we've got the second one I identified. I think there's a real opportunity if we went out after all the returns that we've been doing on the ADA side and all of this other street improvement. Those seem like they're low-hanging fruit, but I'd love to see either in this year's budget or next year's budget, probably next year's because we're already past that this year. But an opportunity to have you guys have somebody drive the city, identify how many buckled sidewalks there are that need repair.
We won't have to drive the city. We have the IMS data that
Well,
shows
you
us all
got
the
the
sidewalks.
IMS data then.
Part of the issue on that is it depends on where the sidewalks
course.
at. Because a lot of times those are the property owner's responsibility.
Agreed.
We normally do.
100% agreed. And I agree with you 100% on that. That's
Right.
typically the property owners. But if we know how many there are that are on our arterials and on where our citizens are walking, riding, all of that above, I think it just goes a long way with everything else that we're doing road-wise. You put down the beautiful, great new road, and you leave the huge buckle sitting in it, it looks like you've done half the work.
Yeah,
all I'm doing is we had this conversation, and I'm just saying, next year, cool.
Yeah, we used to have PAC that used to go around and would identify the buckled sidewalks, and then code enforcement would send letters out. So we probably just need to get back into that habit again, because for several years that's what we did. We send out 30, 40 letters, and
We had to handcuff ourselves because of budget and all these things. We did it for years, and we restored the fiscal ability of the city. And all I'm saying is I think that there's twofold. First, you save on any future possible liability issues, obviously, from having buckled sidewalk. And the secondarily is it really does add to the natural quality of the community when you're walking by something, because the buckled sidewalks look like it's neglect. And I think that there's some arterial opportunities down China Lake Boulevard and our main thoroughfares, Balsam, things, that we can take that opportunity. And that's all I wanted to ask you is I know we have two that we've had a conversation about, but I know there's probably 10 others out there
There's quite a few.
that if we just identified them
Ridgecrest Boulevard
and
has 4 that I can think of
okay,
off the
we
top of my head.
identify them and if we get to the end of the year and you haven't spent $50,000 on something and you want to come to us and say, hey, let's fix 25 of these. Yeah, let's do that.
We did about 140 grand this year of exactly what you're speaking of, and I actually have 100 grand for emergency infrastructure repairs in the budget already.
Yeah, I don't see these as emergency. I see these as something that this is just,
That constitutes emergency because of the liability
Oh,
aspect.
of course.
And that's what I budgeted.
Yeah, it
for.
qualifies. It qualifies as it. I'm saying, in addition to, that's all I'm speaking of is, I'd love to see us just get out there and once through, really put that face, because I guarantee you, and this is the other thing that I stress, and we're doing it so right as a team, and I say that term team, council, manager, department heads, staff, team, is I guarantee you that parent of 2 children that walks down there, walks from their house to Las Flores and they cross the sidewalk along Las Flores, they come out of maybe Atkins, walking that way, and they have a huge bump that they walk through. I guarantee you the first time that parent walks their child and notices that bump has been fixed or replaced,
they're going to go home and say, they finally fixed the bump. You know, as crazy as that sounds, but that's going to continue the positive direction that we've already been building with the community. So I just love to see that in the, hey, we didn't get this done, but we did this. That's all I have. Solomon? John?
Good work thus far. The one thing that I have for you that I think falls not quite in your department, it often falls in Narissa's, but waiting for it. Is medians. It's medians. Now, here's what I know. After years and years of me bothering both of you, is that I know that there's not enough staff to go around, but it is somewhat of a, I get a lot of complaints about it. And if your answer back to me is, it's cost prohibitive, there's nothing we can do about it, it is what it is, and I'm happy with that answer. But here's what I'm asking. How much would it cost if the city, if one of your two departments contracted out at least once a year to take care of, like if there was a lot of growth in the spring or something to that effect? Because it appears that we don't have the people to do it. I know that we have enough people dedicated to take care of the parks, and that takes up most of their time. I've seen on Downs the progress they're making, but it's slow go.
Part of that problem this year was we lost our licensed sprayer, so we couldn't do the pre-emergent spraying. And so now that we've got that fixed, hopefully next year we'll have maybe 2 people that can spray and alleviate a lot of that overgrowth that we saw.
Our 104 fund, I talked to Les about having both of them be licensed to spray. But I'm going to be honest, I do happen to agree with you. I think looking into having a third-party service that could come in once a month and keep the medians nice would be.
One of the strings I'm pulling on is that, we're talking about doing a lot of work to the parks over at Leroy Jackson. We do hear sometimes complaints, whether they're valid or sometimes just blown out of proportion. There's times when those teams, those leagues, they don't believe that enough attention is here, enough attention is there. We know there's issues with sprinklers here and there, and it's because our staff is stretched thin. If we can find a way to get them to focus more on the parks, and maybe the meetings are being taken care of by a contractor.
That, if I look at what the cost that we're charged for just South China Lake Boulevard and just the Walmart, multiply
It's
that.
not just South China. You got to remember, you've got a ton of vegetation on Kindle and College Heights too.
You're talking, if we outsourced it, we could probably hire 4 people.
I think you get probably two to three would be my guess.
Yeah.
But I think you would need to take that one step further, because I think if you were going to do it and you outsourced it, I think you would need to do a median project once a year and actually finish 2 to 3 medians a year. So that way you would reduce your maintenance cost every year.
Yeah, I think eventually we have to take the step. It's 10:15 at night, why not say it? Eventually the city is going to have to be in a landscape and lighting district. But since we don't want to talk about that yet and we're shying away from it, that's fine. I was just wondering if you could work on some kind of a number. And maybe it's just this year because it rained a lot and we just need to hire a contractor once and knock it out. But all I know is it's something, it's an issue.
It's a low-hanging fruit that we yell at. I'm going to jump on yours real quick. I saw something in the budget that I just didn't understand. So since we're already talking about cleanup, illegal dumping resource fund.
Yes.
Why did it go from 3 to 1?
For staffing?
Well, it indicates that the department overview is supposed to be 2 maintenance workers and 1 code enforcement. And I'm going through this on the basis of the 2 maintenance workers, okay? That's the lane I'm driving through. And on the budget summary, we reduced the 2022-23 budgeted of 3 staff members to 1 staff member in 23-24, which I'm guessing that's the code enforcement individual.
Yeah, we were just having a rough time filling that code enforcement position for a while, so there wasn't a lot of work for them to do. So it's just a matter of, once we fill those positions, then that'll probably change throughout the year. So they code their hours based on where they're actually working. So right now we have 1 person that is fully allocated to that fund, and then other people code their hours as they're needed.
So did we still hire the 2 other maintenance workers?
Yes.
Yes.
They're just not being coded against that fund. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, right now, I think they're being used for a little bit of road work,
So-
which they,
They're being used as public works.
So right now with, we've had a little bit of staff turnover in streets. So I believe one of them was pulled off to do street maintenance to fill a void there.
Fair enough. And
So-
not judging. So one of the challenges that we would have is they don't have, well, and that maintenance worker falls to you versus Parks and Rec versus media. You can see where I can see how this is all kind of getting, and I was just asking so that when we were talking about, because I understood that we would have those extra maintenance workers to work on the trash issues from the landfill allocation. And so I'm just making sure that we're
they-
still moving in that direction.
yeah, they need to get back on track in that regard, but because of how fluid it was with the slurry, the roads, loss of staff,
Right.
so that's all coming back, so.
I just wanted to clarify that we didn't not fill those positions.
No, they're coming
because
back.
that was
yeah.
one of the big commitments out of the landfill, so.
And I know that there have been 2 of them on numerous occasions doing multiple things because I've seen them out weed whacking sidewalks where they're coming up on the side and blowing sidewalks off and doing stuff like that, so. But how about, can I do some research into the medians?
Sure.
Okay.
I think that, yeah, normally meetings are okay if we stay on track, but I think because of all the other. Yeah, I think a lot of it had to do with the pre-emergence, and I think that once we got our certified sprayer back on board, and if we get a second one, that you shouldn't see this problem, in my view. Because if you actually follow and spray it before the seeds germinate, you knock out about 90% of it.
I'm going to agree with you for the sake of agreement.
Our medians have needed
With the
love since
reminder
1980.
that it's been 2.5 years I've served on this council, and every spring following every winter, regardless of the amount of water, there is a complaint about the condition of medians. All those who raise your hand if you've got a yearly complaint about medians.
I get a weekly
A
complaint.
weekly, no, and I'm not saying that, no, I'm not, and that's what I said, I'm not attacking in any way, shape, or form. I'm simply saying, I think we all just want to make sure that we're maintaining that beautification aspect of the community at the same time. I understand, man, live, you guys have been working so many projects and staff spread so many ways. I think that's what we were both trying to achieve is there any other ways that we can make this easier for you guys? Is there ways that we can make this more accomplishable? Personally, if you came back to me with next year's budget or even mid-year budget and you said, hey, you guys want a beautification, we're gonna bring 2 more maintenance people on. You're probably not gonna hear me bat an eye at that because I know the amount of cleanup that we need in terms of a consistency, and it's been sitting for a long time. So I'm with you.
I also think if you really think about our medians, the one on Downs is easy to maintain, right? In front of the charter school. Like I said, and that one's beautiful. The one with the stamped concrete in it and all this stuff in it. It's beautiful, right? And I think it would really add to the mission of what we're doing with Parks and Rec too, if we focused on those, because everybody that comes to our city drives on our arterials. So they all make their path down one of those. So
Yeah, some of the medians, some years back, we were putting decomposed granite in the median, and it worked. Streets just got busy with other projects, so it went by the wayside. Yeah.
And actually, the one on Downs that did get decomposed granite was a little better, but not much. Probably true. That's what Les goes. Les goes, they look the same.
He didn't compress it good.
Kyle, did you have anything else?
No, that was just, that was it. No, well done.
Okay.
Well done.
Is there any public comment? Is there any public comment on the phones? Oh, no, we wore them all out. Thank you for our public that was here and shared their comments today. We do appreciate you. I believe that brings to a close all of our departments. Since I have public comment on here, and obviously there's no public to comment, I'm not going to read the whole paragraph again. And I believe that with that, this workshop, yep.
From staff's perspective, I think we only have one item to bring back to council on the 7th, and that is the analysis of the mechanic 1 position, correct?
I believe that the revisions that we made was to bring back the mechanic 1 position, and that we made the LPR an $80,000 budget line item agreement.
I think we're going to already add the LPR, so I think the only thing we need to come back and discuss is that mechanic position, and then, because we'd have to reauthorize that job description along with it, so.
Right, I agree with you, we're going to already add the LPR. I believe.
No, TV booster's already been added.
TV boosters.
We've already added it. No, it was added tonight.
TV boosters was added tonight.
Right. Yeah, with the TV boosters, we have the LPR and the 1 position.
Yeah, that's what I have.
Okay. So the only thing we need to bring back.
Do we have to go to UFCW for this?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
She was asking if we need to go to UFCW, and the answer is no.
Okay.
We have the right to add and delete positions as the council sees fit.
Okay. So with that, I'm going to allow, is there any final comments from any council members? No, then I'm just,
I just want to congratulate Sherry for a job well done.
Yes.
Thank
you
you.
very much. And all the staff department heads also. Thank you so much.
And I was going to say the same, is I do sincerely mean the word team up here. You guys are helping drive the individual departments. You're helping to drive the city as a whole. And we're here to try and just make your guys' lives as successful as possible. And I think that we're doing that as a team very, very efficiently over the last couple of years. Thank you for your service. Thank you for everything you're doing for the citizens of the community. To everyone out there in TV land, I hope you enjoyed this 5-hour budget workshop as much as I did. This is a long process, but it's very, very important. And it shows the fiscal responsibility that our council and our staff has, and the care and concern that they are dedicated to seeing this community succeed. You have something to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of reiterate what the mayor said, but one of the things I noticed out of this whole meeting was the hands-on hard work that all the department heads do for their department with their, with your staff. And I got a kick out of Matt being up on the lift and finding out that you don't really like heights. But you guys, I mean, every one of you are neck deep in your jobs and your work, and it shows. So, and that includes Cherie and our city manager, and this whole city makes me proud to sit up here and be a part of it. So congratulations, everybody.
And with that, everyone have a good evening.